CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Happy day, happy day. I hope you guys are having an amazing day on today. So right now, what we are doing is our CTR Media Network live stream. Yay! Okay, so let us check some things on the back end. And today we'll be featuring the entertainment and lifestyle TV channels. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a few more commercials and then we are going to get started where you actually can see shows like Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star, Men Can Always Be Wrong podcast, The Michael Finkley Show, The Anna L. Brothers Show, and Sweet Blessings. SwagHerMag magazine that also has the WGO show and also the Kingz and Queen podcast. So stay tuned, stay tuned, stay tuned.
6 ways businesses benefit from advertising on a podcast. Advertising on a podcast can provide several benefits for businesses and brands. 1. Targeted audience. Podcast listeners tend to be very engaged with the shows they listen to, and many podcasts attract a dedicated and loyal audience. Advertising on a podcast can allow businesses to reach a highly targeted audience interested in the podcast's topic or niche. 2. Cost-effective. Podcast advertising can be more cost-effective than other forms of advertising, such as TV or radio ads, especially for small businesses or new brands that may have a small advertising budget. 3. Authentic and engaging. Podcasts tend to have a more personal and authentic feel than other forms of media, and advertising on a podcast can feel more natural and less disruptive than other forms of advertising. This can make the ad more memorable and engaging for the listeners. 4. Measurable. Podcast advertising is trackable. This way, you can measure how many people have heard the ad, how many people have seen the ad, and how many people have engaged with the ad. You can also track how many people have downloaded the podcast to see how many people have been exposed to the ad. 5. Long-term impact. Podcasts are often consumed by listeners over days or even weeks, so the impact of an advertisement can continue to be felt long after the ad is played. 6. Versatility. Podcasts are diverse, allowing businesses to find the perfect match for their product or services. From business and finance to health and wellness, podcasts cover a wide range of topics, so there's something for everyone. Every business needs a way to keep its business visible consistently, which can create opportunities, generate leads, and spread brand awareness globally. Advertising on a podcast is a fantastic tool to do just that and more. Reach out to CTR Media Network today.
So I hope you guys are having a fantastic, fantastic day on this Saturday. For those of you who have not downloaded our app yet, we encourage you to do so. Here you go. You can scan me, baby. You can actually scan me and you will be able to download to be able to watch CTR Media Network's content with our amazing independent content creators on Roku TV, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, web app, OnlineTV, and Android. You can even, yes, get this, you can even download it on your cell phone. So yes, you can listen to all of this amazing content as you're driving, going to and fro, with whatever you are doing on that day. I like to do it like with exercise and walking. It depends because we have a variety of different channels that you can enjoy. So I want you to see the channel that you will be watching on today. It's called our Entertainment and Lifestyle TV. Yes, yes, and yes. So these are the amazing content creators that are on this particular channel. We have Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star, Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, Content Kings and SwagHer, which has two other shows as well. I Survived It and What's Going On. We have the Michael Finkley Show and Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers Show. We want to give a shout out to our collaborative partners, SwagHer Magazine. So if you're watching us right now from SwagHer, you can support this live and support the SwagHer's platform by donating, and they actually explains what your donations or contributions help. If you want to learn more about CTR, which I know that you do, you can go to CTRMediaNetwork.com. The cool thing is you can watch our content creators 7 days a week, 24/7, all the time. You know, you can watch it from your cell phone or any electronic device, desktop computer, laptop, for absolutely free. If you would like to support us with some Facebook stars, for those of you watching on Facebook, you can definitely do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and get the party started where you can actually watch the content from the Entertainment and Lifestyle TV, baby. Yes, TV. First up, we have Boss Lady Stars. So you guys enjoy, 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 and have a wonderful, prosperous Saturday. This is Dr. Tina J. Ramsey hosting for the CTR Media Network podcast live stream. Have an amazing day. Bye.
Hey, 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 he's right on time. Hey, mama. Let's see. Hey, 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 how are you?
What's up?
Nothing much, nothing much. Let me turn the sound up. I might turn my music down because I think it's too loud. Can you hear me okay?
Man, I hear you perfect.
All right.
Perfect. You hear me?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Well, hey, there we are.
All right. I was like, oh, good, he's right on time. I was trying to get on here earlier, but my dishwasher's acting up. So I was like, man. But I just turned it off. I said, I'll fix it later.
Don't you hate it when appliances are haters?
Yes, I do hate that. I do hate that. I was like, times like this, I wish I was in an apartment.
Woo!
Call the front office, be like, hey, can you come fix this?
Right.
But now I can't do it. So it is what it is. It is what it is.
So how are you? Well,
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? It looks like you're at work.
You know, I just got off. You feel me? Really? I had to fill up on my vest, man, but we here.
Right.
Here.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I was actually cooking Sunday. Well, not Sunday dinner. I'm meal prepping. So I just took the chicken out. I had the cabbage done. I was like, okay, everything's done. Got like 3 types of chicken. Got the cauliflower ready, and I'm about to start putting some the packages together. So I just went and bought it was like 60 pieces, so it was 30 containers.
Okay.
So it's like top and bottom. So 30 containers bottom. So I was like, okay, I'm about to fill it up, fill the refrigerator up, and it just go from there.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah, we're going to Jamaica next month, me and my best friends, for her birthday. So I was like, I gotta be Jamaica ready.
You gotta bring it in. You gotta bring it in. That's it.
So I gotta be all the way ready. I bought bathing suits a little bit too small, so I just gotta make sure I can get into them and I'll be good.
I love it.
Fit right in with the beach.
I love it.
Okay, let me make sure I'm saying your name right. Is it Damar?
You are. Yep, perfect.
All right, perfect. I was like, I don't want to say it the wrong way, so let me make sure I ask them right in the beginning. Hello, and thank you guys for joining. Everybody that's jumping in, I'm trying to wave back as you guys come across. But thank you guys for being here today. We are here with Damar Jones. And so we're going to jump straight into the questions. If you have anything that you want to ask me in between time, that's fine. But we'll just jump right into it. So where are you from?
I'm originally from Riverside, California, which is the IE, San Bernardino area. Yeah, so.
Cali. Yeah, I see
all
you.
Of that. All of that. Yes, ma'am.
So, are you currently living still in Cali?
No, I live in Salt Lake City, Utah, actually. Okay. So, yeah, I'm in Utah. Difference. Yeah, I got out the military and stayed here, so it's a beautiful place. I love it. Oh yeah.
I think I visited Utah maybe twice in my travels with the military, but I never got a chance to I went there maybe on, just visiting, going through, but I've never actually stayed to enjoy the scenery or anything like that.
Man, that's what it's all about out here. Scenery. It's good stuff, man. Mountains, waterfalls, all that. Yeah, we got it all out here.
Nice. I might have to make another trip sometime in the future. Maybe after Jamaica.
Yeah. Oh, I need to go out there.
Yeah, I'm Utah. I haven't been to Utah in a while. Long time. It's been maybe when I was younger. My mom was like, "Oh yeah, we was in San Bernardino, California."
That's right.
My dad, he was in the Air Force, so he was stationed somewhere over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was cool. So you said you're currently in Utah. How long have you been living there? You said since you got out the military. When was that?
So originally I got out here in 2006.
Okay.
And then, I left again in 2010 and came back in 2014. And then 2014 is when I got out. So I just decided to stay. Yeah. So
right. So from there. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome. All right, that's cool. So do you have any kids? I think you just said you do, right?
I got 4 babies, and one of them being grown. I just saw one graduate, so I got one to adult. I got one to adulthood. You know, I got 3 little girls that still live with me, so
nice.
It's still good. Yep, 11, 10, and 7. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a good break.
Yeah. Well, I forgot how kids was made, and I just kept going. You know.
Not that you forgot.
Every now and then you lose control,
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Not that you said you forgot how they're made.
I just, I was like, man, I'm done. And then bang, another one. I was like, you know what? I'm done. And bang, another one. I was like, you know what? I guess I'm not doing this right. I'm not doing
this. Heck, that's funny. Yeah, my biological father has 12, 13, 14. So yeah, he was practicing and he was just forgetting too, I guess.
Like that sometimes.
And you said your oldest. How is your oldest?
My oldest is 18.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, big boy.
You got 4. So you got 1 boy and 3 girls.
1 boy and 3 girls.
Awesome.
I kept the legacy going at least for a little bit. Yeah, I mean the legacy gonna forever be on, but the Jones name goes on a little bit longer.
Right.
Yeah.
You have your son.
Oh yeah. Yes, indeed.
That's what's up.
I got my people chiming in here right now. What's up, people?
Yeah, everybody's jumping in.
Oh, Mama even up in here. Hey, Mama. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now I gotta be on my best behavior. I was gonna cut up.
Oh no, you can't. My mom be cutting up more than me.
Mama in here, I can't cut up.
She be cutting up more than me. Yeah, she be on my she's funny because we'll be sitting there make my TikTok. She'll be like, "Oh, I seen a good TikTok you could do." She'll send it to me. I'm like, "Oh, I'm on it." See? But yeah, she's that's my ride or die right there.
I love it.
Yeah, we have a real good connection. All right, so if you can go back, if you could backtrack real quick.
Gotcha.
When you graduated high school, what did you do immediately after high school?
So I had went to Eastern New Mexico University.
Okay.
I played ball out there. I walked on to their squad and received a light little scholarship from them. And I was a knucklehead. I wasn't ready, so I kind of flunked out and didn't do what I was supposed to do. And my pops told me I needed to join the military, so it took a couple years after that, and then 9/11 had hit. And once 9/11 hit, I had already signed up for the military. And I was like, man, I'm about to go to war for sure.
Right.
So nervous. Yeah, I was so nervous. But I got in. I did my time. And it was one of the best things that ever happened to me. It kind of made a man that broke a wild horse. So,
right.
Oh, man, it broke a wild horse, made me the man I am, gave me the responsibility, gave me all that, the leadership, all that kind of stuff. And I just ran with it after that. So high school was kind of rocky, got out, had to go through my knucklehead phase. Then I had to get whipped into shape. And then we back at it. We back doing great things. So, yeah.
How long were you in the military?
15.
15. Okay, that's what's up. I did 9 and I got out. But I went over there to Iraq too. I went over to Iraq and Kuwait. I was in Kuwait.
with Ali Al-Salim.
I know Ali
Yeah. Hey, okay. All right.
Yeah, I think we touched down in Kuwait. We touched down in Kuwait, and then we was at Ali Salim for a little while. We went to like several bases in Kuwait, but at the same time, I was attached to a military police unit. So being attached to them, we kept going. We did convoys in and out of Iraq.
Uh-huh.
Hold on. Let me just say thank you to a couple people. Thank you. She said, I love your TikToks. Your girls are gonna what'd you say?
She said hyphenate my name. I feel you. I hope so.
Probably.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean,
I like that.
You have to have that conversation with them. That's all.
I know, just one of them nice little whispers, like
right. You love daddy, right?
Yeah. Don't let them take that. Don't let them.
Oh, my mom said she remembers writing me when I was at Camp Doha. So that was in Kuwait.
Okay, so now I know who Mama is. Hi, Cookie. Happy birthday, by the way.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah,
that's my mama right there. Okay, so you went to the military. So you graduated high school, went to college. From college, you went to the military.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, and then once you got back from the military, then what did you do?
Oh, so I became a contractor, and now I build nuclear weapons, man. I do nuclear engineering with a couple of engineers, and we build ICBM weapon systems. So that's the nuclear fleet. That's the thing that protect the United States. So I feel like I got an important job, and it's really dope.
Yeah,
and
you think?
For a little knucklehead kid to come up and do something like this is just real crazy. So that's why I go speak to kids too.
Right.
Start thinking outside the box. They think they atmosphere is what they are.
Right.
It's not the case, man. It's not the case. You can do all kinds of stuff out here. So I'm living proof to these youngsters out here that they can keep going and do whatever they want. So
that's good to know, because we're gonna be doing like some tours. Like me and my son are gonna be doing tours. So if you chance to make it that way, I'll definitely hit you up ahead of time, because we started a nonprofit organization, and with the nonprofit organization, we're gonna be talking to students, and not just middle school students, but high schoolers too, because it's best to try to get them when they're young. But then they're gonna go through their phases, like you said. Everybody goes through a phase. So they're going to go through their phases. And then, when it comes to a point in time where you're able to get it into their head, it might be right in high school, or it might be right after high school. So when we make that trip, I'm going to hit you up. I'm like, tomorrow we're coming out that way. Me and my son.
Link up with the late demands. We'll get it going.
My mom said thank you.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. But okay, so that's awesome. Yeah, my mom was like, "What the?" I'm not gonna say that on here, but
it's fine.
Your job, your career.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That's fine.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So then I seen because I follow you on TikTok too. So because you're always traveling. So your job has you traveling like that, or?
My job used to have me all over the place before COVID hit. So I a lot. But I just recently I took a vacation to see my family, of which some of them I haven't seen in 20 years. So I went out there and got some of that energy in, man. It's good to be around people that look just like you. It's been a long time since I've been in that space. I told them because of that energy I received from them through this vacation, that they've unlocked a whole nother beast. So now I'm gonna go even harder. Yeah, I gotta go harder.
I know that connection is something special.
It's special. But yeah, I just try to get out as much as I can and see as much as I can, because life is shorter.
Yes, it is. That's why I try to tell my son too. I have a 16-year-old. And I tell him all the time, like, you have to make the best of every situation. I was like, and don't take nothing for granted. You know what I'm saying? I said, so, when an opportunity arises, take it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. She says, congratulations. That's my little sister just chimed in, Lord. Congratulations. I know you, but I'm very proud of any young man or woman who are focused and grounded. You're awesome. Hey, sister.
I love it.
But yeah, so that is amazing. And like I said, I just kept seeing videos like you were like someplace else and someplace else.
Oh,
then you were like on a plane, and I was like, every time I seen like a video, you was going somewhere. I was like, dang, he never stays still. I was like, I'm not gonna get this interview with him. I'm not gonna get this interview.
Oh man, stay moving. This is it. I can't stay still. There's too much out here to get, man. I'm trying to create generational wealth. So if my kids do fall, they're gonna fall on some money.
Right. Oh, I feel you with that. Ooh, say that 3 times louder for people.
Oh yeah, we gotta get that. Gotta get it out here. Yep.
Right. Ma, I know who you are. My sister said hello too. She told me, so I'm your mama, not your sister. My sister.
I saw her, mama. I saw her reading off the wrong thing. I saw her, mama. I was paying attention. I seen it.
Wait.
Cookie, I seen it.
We can't be double teaming the host.
I'm on your side, Cookie. I'm on your side. I seen it. I see the
That's
whole thing.
not cool. Well, you know what? Since it's her birthday, I'll let her get that. Since it's her birthday, I will let her have that one.
Yeah.
I'll let her have that one.
That's good.
What's the furthest place that you went, whether it was with the military or with your job?
I have to say Kuwait, man. Kuwait is the furthest out I've been. That the sandbox over the sea. You know, that was the furthest I've ever been, and I wish to journey more out there on the across the Great Pond.
Right.
But right now, I got too much to do right here in the United States, so I'm gonna stay here and do as much as I can.
Gotcha.
They say become a big deal in your own area before you go out, and so that's what I'm trying to become a big deal here before I go across that pond.
I feel
yeah, all of that. So
how long was you deployed?
I was deployed for 8 months total. 8 months total.
Okay. Yeah, we was over for 18.
But you know how it go when you go over there 6. They say 6, but then things happen and you have to. Yeah, so we
just kept getting extended. We was over there. We started at 6 months, but we ended up being there for 18 months. So yeah, it was crazy because the Air Force, the people that were in the Air Force, they came over there at the same time with us, and then they left after their 6 months, and we were still there, and then another group of airmen came in, and then they left, and then the first group came back, and we were still there. They were like, "You're still?" We're like, "Yeah, we're still here. We are still here."
Man, I bet that broke your spirit. I
was ready. I ended up being 9 years because my contract had ended while I was there.
Wow.
And I was like, "Oh, when my contract ends, I'll be able to come back." No. Wow. So yeah, I was the NCOIC for the medics. Yes. So they were like, "Yeah, you can't leave. Like, who's gonna be in charge of the medical section?" I was just like, I'm ready to go home.
Well, God bless. Thank you.
Yeah,
even for the job you did out there, man, that medic out there in that situation was something else.
It was different.
Oof.
It was definitely different. I see some things. I was like, "This is from the movies."
No, man.
This is from the movies. But you know what? It worked out. It worked itself out. It took a toll on me when I got back. I will say that because I'm really bubbly. I'm an outgoing person. But when I came back, I was like really confined. I stayed in the house all the time. I wasn't going nowhere. My mom was like, "This is not like you." I didn't know what PTSD was until I started actually working at the VA hospital. Yes. And then I heard how they talked about people that had PTSD, and they were like, "Oh, the crazies," and all. And I was like, "Oh, that's not me. I'm not crazy." And then I spoke to one of the counselors like during a lunch break sometime, and then when we talked, he was like, "Yeah, maybe you should come see me sometime. I can schedule you." And I was like, "Okay." And I felt comfortable, and then that's when I went forward with getting counseling. But I've been up since then. So
wow.
Yeah, but it was a journey though. It was something else.
I'm glad you spoke of PTSD. That's dope. So I got a movie coming out called The Shoebox that addresses PTSD soldiers. Yeah.
Down
so
the shoebox.
I know you seen the flyer, the poster, all that kind of stuff. So
right, I've seen it. I was gonna ask you about it later on, but
you mentioned PTSD is the perfect segment. It's the perfect segue over. Yeah,
I get it. That's okay. We can jump around. I don't have a problem with that.
I got you. I ain't got nothing but time now. It's Sunday. No, it's I got it's coming out soon. It's going through a festival right now.
Okay.
We've won at Cannes Film Festival. It's the biggest film festival in the world.
Nice.
And it's all about, because a lot of people address PTSD in movies and stuff like that, but what we address is the PTSD you have before you even enter, and then you get more on top of that, and then you have to come out and try to be normal, and that's where the hard part comes from. But
people don't understand.
We're trying to get rid of that stigma of calling us crazy just because we have little incidents of traumatic, instances that happens in our life. That doesn't make us crazy. That just means we need help, and we the people that
absolutely
keep everybody safe. We the people that keep everybody safe, but we the first ones to get put down when we get back, and we trying to change that stigma for sure.
Right.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah, like I said, I worked at the VA hospital for a while. So while I was there, I became a certified mentor, and mentoring some of the veterans that came back and actually talking to them, excuse me, and explaining to them like, hey, you probably had issues before you even went. You know what I'm saying? And then, like you said, it just gets compiled, you know what I'm saying? So if people understood like the breakdown of it, whether it was a bad relationship or something that they went through personally, and then, or a lot of people, especially young men and women in African-American cultures, there's somebody, they're running away from something like, okay, I don't want to be here no more. Let me go somewhere else. Yes. And so they've suffered from PTSD. And then from them to go from there and then go into the military and then have so many other things happen, it's something else. Definitely a different experience.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well,
Let me see what she put real quick. I'm sorry. I'm listening.
Are you good? Yeah, no, you good. I said, God bless you for everything you've done for us, that mental health and all that. We need more soldiers out there that's still out on the front line for the people that can't take care of themselves, and I love that.
Wait, honey, do you have a problem getting your current job with your good? My mom's something else. I'm asking.
Oh, now, come on with it. I love it.
Good-looking people for the type of job. Oh, she's a mess.
You know what? My mama, I think my mama's still in here. I got to give all that a shout out to my mama for giving me these jeans. I can't help it. I can't take credit myself, but I'm just glad they hiring a brother. That's all.
Right.
Yep, I'm here doing the best I can. Yeah.
And emotional health, it's a very real situation. Yes, it is very real. I agree with you both. The trauma in any form, yes, absolutely. Kendall, I agree with that totally. My mom's funny. She's something else. But you said that your mom was in here. That's why you have to behave. And I was like, oh, my mom is off the chain. But
my hands in my lap right now. I'm sitting good. I'm face forward, hands in lap, feet on the ground. That's where I'm at right
now. Got you. Like, okay, stay focused.
I'm focused. I'm in here. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, cool. So is this your favorite your favorite career that you've been in, what you're doing now, or is there a favorite career that you've done?
Ma'am, I got
acting and then the military.
So I got put into this. This is how I got put into this. This is not the dream. This is not the goal in life or nothing. I got put into this work that I do as a contractor.
Okay.
But my purpose is to public speaking. I motivational speak. That's what I do.
Nice.
That's the purpose. The passion is the acting. And
okay.
I do that very well also. So when those two things combine, I'm mightier than a Power Ranger.
Unstoppable.
Woo.
Right.
Yeah, when that thing hit, it's on. So yeah, I just do this right now until somebody cut that big check where I can walk in my office and give them a firm salute and tell them,
right,
this is
I'm out of here.
Had a good time. We did great. But now it's time to move forward.
Last time to go.
Yeah, I love all of y'all, but I'm out. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Kendall says she'll be looking forward to your new film.
Please.
Mama, raise your hands. You're among great people.
Oh man.
But yeah, that's awesome. I do enjoy. I like acting. I haven't really done any role.
You got all of that. I see your TikToks. You got all of that. You are well prepared.
But I be having a good time with it.
Yeah, you ready. You ready.
I be like, oh, my mom like, you should just go for it. I'm like, Mom, I have so much going on. So I just be trying to do little bits and pieces of stuff, but I enjoy what I'm doing. And I just try to put like little stuff out there and just kind of see where it goes.
Uh-huh.
We'll see. And one of my sisters,
on it. Yeah.
And she actually just got put on the set for something else, another movie. And then she got called back for an extra for something else. So I was like, oh, that's awesome. So I was like, don't forget you got like 12 sisters. So pull us all.
y'all better go to them auditions with her. That's what y'all need.
Right. I'm like, let me know the next time, because one sister win, we all win.
Straight up. Yeah.
Yeah, just put me on board. She'll be awesome. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, Kendall. I appreciate you. Okay, so ideally you would like to stick into the motivational speaker and acting.
Yes,
but acting is like your goal, your go-to.
That's my thing. Yeah.
Okay, I have a good friend in Chicago. Actually, I interviewed him. I think he was like the third interview. And he's a really good friend of mine, and he's on Power, and they just put him on the set of Power this season. And
the story?
Huh?
The Kanan story?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's doing his thing. He was like, when they mentioned that they were gonna have it in Chicago, he had said it already. He's like, look, I'm gonna get a role, and he got the role. So he's doing his thing with that. But he was like, yo, as soon as I get it to a point where I can just say, oh, I want somebody, I'm getting you. I'm like, okay, cool. Wow. Pull me in, tag me in, coach. Because she's a good actress as well. If you've seen her TikTok, she acts a fool. All right, mama. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hold on real quick.
Yeah, no problem. You're something else, mama. I appreciate you guys that are here. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're not out of here yet, but I was just saying thank you all for being here. Yeah, he is really cool.
My bad.
No, you're fine.
Very good.
You ain't gotta be done. You ain't gotta be done, birthday girl. I was just saying you're funny. That's all. Oh, thank you, Chuck. Thank you. I know you be. I see you when you like my TikToks too when I post them. I love you too. I'm gonna tell you like Zay say. I love you too.
We're good to take off. Yeah, you good to take off. Yeah, whatever you say. I shut everything down. I'm just doing the interview real quick. All right, man.
Hey, loving fam, how are you? You good? You back?
I'm good. I had to let my people go. They can go home. So
okay. You got your people back. You good now? You ready?
I shut everything down. They was worried. I said, y'all go ahead. Y'all got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What do you like doing in your free time?
What I like doing in my free time is I'm a gym rat. I'm in the gym all the time. If I'm not in the gym, I'm writing. If I'm not writing, I'm always doing some kind of research, something like that, so I can better counsel people too, because I'm a counselor also. So those things, man. I just try to keep it moving forward, be the light that God put me on this earth to be. So that's all I do. Even in my spare time, that's what I do.
Well, shine on, brother, shine on.
Yeah, spare time is passion time. Like I do all this stuff working for the man, and then when I get home to myself, it's on. It's go time. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Being able to be on stuff like this with you, that's all this. This is beautiful. So
I enjoy this platform for this. That we're able to do stuff like this. I wish it was available a lot sooner in the pandemic, because I probably wouldn't have gone as crazy as I did during that time. That's when I started TikTok the most.
All right, yeah.
I was like, I was making like 30 TikToks a day. My mom was like, "What are you doing?" But it was like I had nothing else to do. We couldn't travel. Everybody was confined to the house. You had to go to the store and come back home. Then it was like curfew. I was like, "What?" Curfew.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah.
So it was tough, but I was like, you know what? We made it through. So
so did.
Let me see what else. Okay, that's what's up. You said gym, writing, and research.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Let me see what else. All right, so you already touched on it a little bit. You said I did the segue earlier for what's coming up.
Got you. I got more.
You said you have the movie coming up, the shoebox. You haven't yet? You said it's in the festivals.
So we got it in the festivals right now. I keep telling people look forward to it beginning of next year, because we still got Sundance. We're trying to if Sundance happen, it's over. Everybody, it's a wrap. Go ahead.
You gotta speak it into existence.
Hold on, take the picture right now.
Right. Screenshot, mom. Screenshot. I'm like, I know him.
Yeah, after that, it's a wrap. Like, take the picture. Gone. He out there. He gone.
Right. Look, I hit you up from now, and you be like, who?
Stop. I can't even say who. I can't even say who now, because we got proof. We got proof. Right. Hey, hold on, let me run that back for you, brother. If you forgot, here it is, right here. Remember me?
Right. Oh wait, okay. So since we were talking about your free time, you said you like the gym.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. So I just started I used to do bodybuilding back in the day. So I have that physique.
I'm on now.
My mom said don't call it physique for men, but that type of build.
I feel with you.
But what I have a problem with right now, so I'm toning, everything's coming together really good. I'm eating properly, all that stuff. But what I'm having an issue with is this right here. What do you do with this?
What? Come on.
I cannot get that tight for nothing. I'll be working the top part. This is kind of hard. I do all the, you can see the little form right here. But this right here, I cannot get rid of it for nothing.
That's diet and sleep.
I don't get it. I do diet. I am eating right.
Okay, that's how I heard you with your meal plan, and then just you work. It's just work, consistency, gym. You know what it is, bodybuilder. Come on now.
I know, but I think preparing for a competition is totally different.
That's life. Nope, that's life. It's not. That's not. It's the same thing. I work out like that every day, and I ain't competed in years, but I work like that every day.
Right. Hold on. Kendall said, let's do the stance for the pose one more time. Ready? You got it this time.
Gotta get the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My mom says drink water and it'll go away. Drink water? That's it? Well, I got Waukesha with me today. So I got my Waukesha cup.
I see that.
And it's full of water. I just got water in there, distilled water at that. So I'm doing a cleanse.
Need big Waukesha, the water jug that's a gallon. That's what you need.
See, what happened was I poured it in there just for the show.
You say, how black people about to lie? They said what happened was. That's what they get. That's when they said black people about to lie. When you know black people about to lie, they say, "Well, you know what happened?"
Wait. That's not true. That's not true.
Well,
that's not true. See, because what happened was not flat. No, no, I'm just joking. But no, I poured it from my big container into the cup just so I could have a cup next to here. That's all.
I got you. We're here. Yep, I got
you. Let me see. I'm going off track now. I'm all over the place.
Yeah.
All right, so that's okay. We talked about the movie. What else is coming up for you? What else you got?
So, with the movie thing, I got that going on, and also just started my own fitness line, which is Negus Fitness. Yes.
Who? Negus?
Yeah, Negus Fitness. Yep.
I think that nowhere. You posted some of that?
I sure did. I posted up. Yeah.
Where?
I posted. Ooh, I got it on TikTok. See, if I'm not thirst trapping, people don't pay no attention to me, man. If I ain't showing my chest off,
let's not do that.
If I ain't showing my chest off, people don't understand. They don't look at me like that. So you see why I started showing my chest off, because I had to get some attention out here. So as soon as I start bringing the man titties out, everybody wanted to see what's going on. I see. Yes, no, it's Negus Fitness. It's NEGUS Fitness.com. And I'm selling some of the dopest t-shirts, and it's the best fabrics and feel good on you. And we starting with t-shirts. We're gonna have the high-waisted pants for the ladies. We're gonna have everything. We're gonna have everything for your fitness needs. And then we bringing power back to the word Negus, where it originally came from.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's about that royalty. It's about all of that stuff, man. The royal bloodline. We all of that. We're massive people, and I'm about to show the world what it's about through a company. And we're going to get people that work out. So, Miss Bodybuilder, ma'am, I want you to have a shirt. I'm going to send, just got to give me the address, all that. We're going to send you some of that. Oh, yeah, Miss Tam, she got that loving Tam. She got one. Yes, Miss Tam, I need you to take some pictures of that with your pretty self. Yes, ma'am, I need all that.
You got the shirt already?
She got it. So I wanted to take some pictures and send that thing. Yeah, I want to big up everybody as a community and as a people. Do something great. Yeah, we're gonna do something great with that. So that's what I got going on right now. On top of, I got a scary movie getting ready to come out called Algia. I actually got a production meeting here. It's called Algia, the God of Pain. Yeah, the God of Pain. So I actually got a production meeting here at 5:00. So I don't want to cut you short, but
no, I get it. I
gotta get questions.
Okay, so talk about that. Mentoring. We talked about a little bit of everything. So I think we covered all topics. How do people contact you? That's the last question.
So they can contact me on here, DeMar Jones 2, or they can hit me up on TikTok, which is DeMar Jones, and they can hit me up on Negus Fitness Official. That is another site. Yeah, I'm all of that. And Latham Mines.
Negus
Fitness right there.
Email?
So the email is DeMar. Yep.
That's an email?
That's another IG.
Oh, another IG. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, cool. And I'll make sure I tag you. I'll tag you.
Oh yeah.
I add it. All right. She said she'll be sending pics soon.
Come on now.
Back from Miami.
I love it. Ooh, I bet. Right. Okay. She said, I'm ugly, but I'm willing to pay for a t-shirt. I don't believe that. So pretty people always saying they ugly, and I don't like that. So I know you pretty because I see what you produced at the top.
Thank you.
That right there came from you. So I know you're not, you know what I'm saying? I feel what you're saying. Oh yeah, look, my baby,
putting the tag in there.
My baby put the website down there. There it is.
I appreciate that.
Wow, there it is.
There's the website for the fitness, you guys. So you guys can make sure you can add that on there. I'll make sure I tag it on the video too when we do it for YouTube. So we'll put that information out there. And I know you have to go, so I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. And I appreciate you for stopping through and for shouting out my mama for her birthday. She's gonna always talk about this thing.
Miss Cookie. Yes, ma'am. Do your thing. I see you. I see you out there.
Yeah. Well, you have a great rest of your Sunday. Enjoy your meeting, and I'll look forward to talk to you soon.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, take care.
All right, now.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
All right, you guys. Thank you so much for joining in. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for you guys' support as well. I really like the fact that you guys were asking questions and talking and interacting with my guests. Make sure you guys follow him. His name is DeMar. It's DAMARR Jones, Jones. and the number 2. So it's DeMar Jones 2. As he said, he has a movie coming up soon. It's called The Shoebox. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. Keep your eyes open. He has advertising on his page. And also he's on TikTok. On TikTok, he's DeMar Jones. Okay, so it's not DeMar Jones 2. Follow him, share his content. The more you guys share, the more we get, out there in the world. You might know people that we don't know. Okay, so share the information, share everything that we got, and everything he has going on. And I appreciate you guys once again. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Happy birthday to my mama once again. I'm gonna go ahead and play this little song for the exit. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull it back up first. Let's see. No, that's not it. I had it all set to, there it goes. Okay, here it goes, mama. Hold on 1 second. All right. Hopefully you can hear it. It's basically the same song. I heard it was somebody's birthday. I heard it was somebody's birthday. Yeah, PJ Panda birthday song. Yeah, yeah. Today is your birthday. We gon' say it loud. Today is your birthday. I know you're so proud. Today is your birthday. We gon' turn out. Party, get it lit and wild out. All right, well, you don't have no party and wild out, but I wanted to make sure you knew that everybody loves and cares for you, mama. Have a great day. You hear loud and clear, perfect. I put the other phone straight to this phone, but I love you. Enjoy your day. I'm gonna go finish cooking, finish meal prepping. Until next time, next week we have Miss Danielle Ramirez. She is a life coach / author. So she'll be on next Sunday at 6 o'clock. Make sure you guys tune in. And from this point, I'm out, boss. Out, pour up a cup and vibe on.
My son Ian was diagnosed with a brain tumor at the age of 16 months. We had no hope until St. Jude rescued us. I mean, they saved him. To this date, we are 12 years into this journey, and from day one, we've never once seen a bill.
When you support St. Jude through your company employee giving program, you can help make cures possible for kids with cancer. To learn more, visit stjude.org/employee giving.
Hey there, content creators. I've got some exciting news to share about the CTR Media Network. We're in the midst of an incredible expansion, and I'm thrilled to tell you all about it. Whether you're a podcaster, a content creator, or just someone who loves great media, you're going to love what we've got in store. First up, let's celebrate the heart of CTR Media Network, our amazing community of podcasters and content creators. These talented individuals bring unique insights, perspectives, and stories that captivate listeners around the world. From compelling interviews to deep dives into industry secrets, our creators are why CTR Media Network shines so brightly. And with our recent expansions, it's easier than ever for listeners to connect with the content that speaks to them. One of the highlights of our journey has been the CTR Media Network Top Podcasters Awards. This event was a huge success, drawing in thousands of viewers and listeners from around the globe. It was a celebration of the incredible talent and hard work of our creators, recognizing those who've made a significant impact. The diversity and dedication of our podcasters were on full display, and we couldn't be prouder. Now let's talk about something super exciting, our new apps, available on iOS, Google Play, Amazon Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, Roku TV, and even online through our website. These apps bring all your favorite content right to your fingertips. You can watch your favorite shows for free, anytime, anywhere. Whether you're on the go, at the gym, or chilling at home, our apps make it easier than ever to stay connected with the content you love, and that's not all. We're also thrilled to announce the launch of 10 brand new channels on CTR Media Network. These channels will entertain and educate you with a variety of award-winning shows by top independent content creators. From engaging interviews to thought-provoking discussions, our new channels have something for everyone. A heartfelt thank you goes out to our incredible community. Your downloads, listens, shares, and support have made this growth possible. You're the reason we continue to innovate and provide a platform where voices can be heard. So, what makes CTR Media Network different? First, we focus on empowerment. We believe in the power of every voice and provide our members with the tools to succeed. Second, we foster a supportive community where creators support each other's growth. This isn't just a network, it's a family. Third, our innovative platform ensures that our members and listeners always have the best experience possible. And finally, while we have a global reach, we never lose sight of the personal touch that makes each podcast special. If you're looking to reach a passionate and engaged audience, becoming a sponsor with CTR Media Network is your chance. Our sponsors gain access to targeted promotional opportunities, connecting with new audiences in meaningful ways. As a member, you'll get exclusive training sessions, tools to help monetize your content, and the support of our vibrant community. So download the app today from iOS, Google Play, Amazon Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, Roku TV, or stream online through our website. Join us as a sponsor or member and be part of the CTR Media Network family. Thank you for your continued support. Together, let's amplify voices and create impact. The future is bright and we're just getting started.
Hitting the side of the Cybertruck.
Yeah.
We've already seen video of the humanoid robots, the Optimuses, shooting guns at the Cybertruck and they're not damaging it. So what make you think that the Optimuses are not bulletproof also?
Yeah, that's
you know what I'm saying?
They're gonna make soldiers, right? So
yeah, they say the Iron Man project has been underway for so long in the military government.
But this is the thing about it, though. You know, people say they move all fumbly and clumsy, but that's the thing about technology. From year to year, it gets better and better and better. So what's going to happen when these things are able to move faster? You know, they're already going to be stronger than us. What happens when they become faster and smarter than us? You know,
they already got their technology down because it's already in vehicles. And like he said, man, the vehicles, the same technology they're using for the vehicles is the same technology that's inside the robots. You know, and like you got Boston Robotics. They put their robots through obstacle courses and they can maintain their balance in all different types of environments. It's already here.
Yeah, so you can't.
You're not gonna be able to move faster.
Yeah, so you can, like I said, it's like they. Man, I just don't like it, man. I could just see everything going wrong, you know.
Yeah,
I just see everything going wrong. We've been seeing so many movies about it. It's just like, and it's kind of strange, you know. Because as a kid, you know, we used to watch these movies like, this would never happen in our lifetime. But now it's like, oh, wait a minute, you know?
What's that movie, man? Where the dude is a young black dude. He becomes like a telemarketer, and he moves up in the company, and then they try to turn him into a workhorse. Like in that time in the future, they got people volunteering to put themselves in the prison so they can have somewhere to stay, and they work in these companies. And in the movie, they were trying to turn people into horses and mutate them so they could be a better and stronger workforce to get more work out of them. You know what I'm saying? Also, this may remind me of that movie, but instead of, you know, altering people's DNA and physical, they just building robots.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to outlast a robot. Like you said, you're not going to move fast. You're not going to be stronger.
Yeah.
Robot ain't going to take no breaks.
Don't need no sleep. Don't need to eat.
It's not going to talk back.
Yeah, not going to talk. Definitely not going to
no attitude.
Back. Well, at least not yet.
It don't get sick. It ain't in a relationship.
Can't get his heart broken.
Yeah. He ain't checking his phone every time to see where his lady at.
Right.
Nah. Yeah.
But yeah, man, the future is just scary, man. I just think, you know, for our kids and generation after, like, what are they gonna do?
Yeah.
It's like that's what scares me about. Like, we're gonna be by the time this stuff happens, we'll probably be almost out of here. You know
man, I think it's gonna happen a whole lot faster than what we thought.
Faster than
I
that?
think, I think in our lifetime we're gonna see AI settle in, and we're gonna see what we thought it was gonna be and what we probably what people have feared it to be.
Yeah.
Or what it's become. Or
like, dude, this dude.
We're gonna see it. I believe we're gonna see it.
To that point, man, you have some of these dictators just build robot armies and just storm countries.
Yeah.
Like on Star Wars, you know?
Yeah.
They had the whole droid army.
Yeah.
So it's like that's what scares me. It's like that's what scares me the most, man. It's like the weaponization of it, you know?
It's like I got an uncle, man. My uncle lives in Utah, and at his job, they already have the robot dogs there.
Yeah.
And each one of those dogs is very expensive, and those dogs only obey the voice commands of the owner of the company. but they have facial recognition. They can open and close doors. You can't outrun them. They notify the law enforcement, the police, the authorities, you know, and they're able to detain somebody on site if they don't belong there. It can look at you and know if you're supposed to work there or be in the building or not, or be in that area. It knows it. It rolls. It has patrols. They have more than one. They go through the warehouse building. They have a charging pad station that the dog sits on and they're charging stuff, and it doesn't sit there for long. You get right back up and get right back to roving. It goes to a door. If a door is open and it's not supposed to be, it surveys the area and then closes and locks the door. So, and there's video footage of one of these dogs with a police force with a gun mounted on the back of it, and they sending the dog in. They got like the task force out. They in the intersection of the street, and they sending the robot dog to a house. You know, and like I'm saying, like we're saying, they just flip a button, and that robot then took you out. They said that the robot officer took you out.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be on the person that hit the button. They're gonna say, "Oh, that robot malfunction." But it's here.
Yeah.
So I ain't gonna say get ready for the ride. I ain't gonna say enjoy the ride, but get ready for it.
Yeah. Like I said, man, everything is. I just don't like it. Be real.
I don't like it either.
I just don't like it either. It's like I like it for like maybe people who are like handicapped, you know, like that would be useful for them. But as far as mass adoption, I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's good for like certain like people who elderly people might need a little extra help, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it should be everywhere.
Yeah, because they're gonna be bathing robots.
Yeah, I can deal with that. Bathing,
changing diapers.
Nah, I went to church with my kid.
No, I'm talking about the elderly.
Oh, elderly, okay.
The elderly.
No, I want to.
Yeah.
I just me though. I'm so overprotective anyway. But I just think it's crazy. Man.
Your robot gonna pick you up and flip you around.
Flip you around, like, don't raise your voice.
Gonna pick you up and wipe you up and down. Baby wipe. Slide you right in that diaper. Slide you right in the bed, right under the sheets.
Slap some powder on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, but I think it has its use in its place, but I don't like mass adoption because it's going to take so many jobs and people who's going to be sitting around doing nothing, being idle.
Yeah.
And no income. So it's going to be crazy because, you know, poverty creates crime. So if you can't make any income, the crime is going to go up.
Yeah. And I say, man, it's going to be like, dang, it's gonna get super wild, man. The streets is gonna get super wild. It's gonna be the wild, wild west all over again.
Yeah, man.
Because like they say, when there's no resources, there's no jobs available. Crime increases, violence increases, murder rate increases. Yeah, man. So technology, I'm all for advances in technology, but I can't see how. Yeah, I would love to have a robot do everything for me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Hey man, hey, go out there and take care of that for me. You know, cool. But it's gonna hurt so many people.
Yeah, it's more negatives than positives to me.
Yeah.
Like I said, they should have them for certain people should have them, but not everybody. Because then like the lawn service, security service, everything can be taken over, can be automated. So
yeah.
So
Elon already has a Neuralink.
Yeah,
he's got that. You know, and I'm like, I'm kind of for it and against it too.
Yeah,
because like it's helping, you know, paralyzed people. It's helping them, but like that movie Upgrade, man.
Now you got a chip in your head controlling you.
Yeah, I always thought as a kid, I always thought it'd be cool just to download a program, and now you know the knowledge, or you know the martial arts,
like on the Matrix.
You know the techniques and all that kind of stuff, or it cuts down on the hours needed to learn something. I said, oh, that'd be cool, but now it's like it can actually be done, possibly now. And the dude with the chip that volunteered, he's paralyzed for the neck down, but he's playing Call of Duty and these you know, these shooter games, and it's responding to what's on the screen faster than he can with his brain. He's telling it what to do, but it's already doing it before he thinks about it.
Yeah, he's saying that he can play. He has an advantage in playing video games.
Yeah,
already.
so is he controlling it?
Yeah, or is it controlling itself?
Exactly. So I'm like, man, it's here.
Yeah,
and I don't think it's gonna never be something for us. It's not gonna be something we can get used to it because we lived before it existed.
Yeah.
But for those that grows up into it, just like anything, they used to technology because they grow up around it.
Be second nature to them.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna be the last of the resistance.
But think about it, they put a chip in everybody's head. They can just shut you down.
Exactly, they shut you down.
Boom, hit a button and
man, this cat got so much influence. Like when he was playing that music, I was like, is he playing special frequencies and waves? Is he trying to mess with people?
No, I ain't think about that, man.
I thought about that. I said, because he's showing images, and it's proof that images can do certain things to your mind. It's proof that certain frequencies of sound waves can make you feel happy, make you feel sad, can make you high. You can get high off audio waves. So I said, man, this cat been playing music for hours. He doing something with the people.
Programming us
because you know they do this. You know, it's known history that they use these waves in songs that they will play over radio stations. A song will make you feel happy. That's not even because it has a wave in the background that makes you happy, or it makes you sad. It makes you feel sad because the song is sad.
Yeah, but like I said, we're not going to better compete. Humanity against machine intelligence. We're not going to better compete, man.
Nah,
that's what I'm saying. Because like this thing, once it takes a second sometimes for them to catch on, but once they catch on, it just gets better and better and better and
better and better
and better and better. You know?
Yeah. Then you're gonna have people hacking the optimists. You're gonna be hacking them,
right?
And you're gonna be like,
hacking your car.
Yeah. They gonna be don't make me send Optimus over there.
Right. I'm armored up with some AKs, huh?
You got a candy painted Optimus.
In a Snoop Dogg voice.
Yeah.
It's some things that you can see, but that's pretty neat. But it's more, like I said, it's more negatives than positive.
Yeah. I say, man, he got his army right there with him.
Yeah. Who gonna stop him?
Yeah.
He can build, like he already done built 50 of them. Who said he don't have more?
Exactly.
He showed us 50.
Mm-hmm.
Who said he ain't got 300 sitting somewhere chilling, waiting?
Yeah. They gave this guy, they took land from a state park here in Texas and gave it to him so he can expand on one of his properties, one of his facilities. I haven't seen that too much in the past anywhere else. The locals were upset about it, but hey, man, money talks.
It's scary how much power they give this man. I know he's
the same thing with Bill Gates.
Yeah, they're brilliant, man, but they need to be held to the same standard as regular people,
Police regulated.
Yeah, and it's something because, like I said, you don't know what that man's doing.
Yeah.
Oh, what any of them are doing, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because they got the money to make stuff happen. When you got money, you can make stuff happen.
But yeah, man. Anything else on the topic, JB?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, so yeah, man, that's our thoughts on that, man. Tesla, Elon Musk, We Robot. When I seen that, all I saw was iRobot. When I got the notification, it said, hey, in an hour, we going live, we unveiling. And I said, I know this cat just ain't gonna unveil no car. He got some more coming.
Like I said, I just think the super villain arc has been unleashed. That's what I think.
Yeah, man.
That's what I
think. Yeah.
Elon's our super villain.
Yeah, we living in it, man.
And we just letting him run free.
Yeah, politics is a show. Also, man, they keep putting out more footage of UFOs.
Yeah.
All kind of stuff is coming out. It's really weird right now.
Strange time.
Yeah. So, man, make sure y'all tune in to the Men Can't All Be Wrong podcast. Make sure y'all head over to mcabw.com, man. Go get some merch, man. Grab some hoodies, some slides, some hats, some bags.
Support the podcast.
Support the podcast.
Hit that like button.
Exactly. Also, man, make sure you head on over. While you're on there too, man, grab a copy of Love It for Suckers. Get you a copy. You can go to Audible. You can go to Amazon, Kindle. Get your copy. Listen or read. It's your guy T Swin.
Your boy J Bean.
And we are the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. Peace.
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be.
Hey everyone, it's your guy T Swin. Are you ready for a story that's all about love, perseverance, and self-discovery? If you haven't checked out Love for Suckers by Tony Swinton, here's why you need to grab a copy today. Available on Kindle.com. Dive into a digital copy. Start reading in seconds. Prefer a physical book? No worries. Head over to Amazon.com or MCABW.com and support a Black-owned business. Order your paperback copy. And for those who love listening on the go, Love for Suckers is also on Audible.com. Let the story come alive wherever you are. To all of you who've already dived into this fabulous story, thank you. Your support means everything. And if you loved it, why not share the joy? Drop a review on Kindle, Amazon.com, Audible, or MCABW.com. Ready to fall in love with reading again? Click the link in the description. Make sure you like, subscribe, and follow. Love is for Suckers. Available now. Hey there, podcast enthusiasts. Get ready to elevate your style and embrace your love for wit and wisdom with the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast shop. Slide into comfort and confidence with our exclusive line of t-shirts and hoodies. Show the world you're part of the conversation in fashion-forward apparel that speaks volumes. Start your day right with our premium mugs. Perfect for sipping on your favorite brew while tuning into the latest podcast episodes. Introducing our collection of trendy hats that scream personality, because your thoughts deserve a stylish headspace. Carry your enthusiasm with you wherever you go. Our backpacks and duffel bags are not just accessories, they're statements. Step into the future with our slides, the perfect footwear for any casual occasion. Because let's face it, comfort should never compromise style. Visit our online store now and explore the full range of Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast merch. Plus, with just one click, dive into the world of captivating conversations by connecting to the official podcast webpage. Shop now at mcabwshop.myshopify.com, where being right has never looked this good. Hey, y'all. Hey. We in here recording. What was I talking about?
It'd be good to do the bloopers.
What was I talking about?
We were talking about the weaponization of the.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about the robot dog.
Yeah, robot dog. There you go.
So yeah, man, my uncle lives in Utah, man, and he works for this company. And they have this. The property is an ex-military base, and they got these warehouses. Hey, we're here recording a live show. Good God, man, there's gonna be so much editing in this. Good God.
Want to start over?
Oh man, nah, because I could just edit all it because we took in time. We took space. I can cut that stuff out. So again, is somebody trying to open the door?
Patreon. Catch the Man Can't Always Be Wrong bloopers.
So yeah, man, they got these robot dogs up here. My uncle's job. They only obey the voice commands of the owner of the company.
This is more than a laptop launch. This is a you launch. AI just got personal. Introducing the Lenovo Yoga AI PC. That's smarter AI for you.
Having a talk show has been a great ride. I tell you, I get to laugh and joke and even cry with my guests. But the most important thing that I've seen thus far that matters are the words that come out of their mouths, because our words do matter and they speak life. As long as we're speaking life into each other's lives, we can achieve anything, as long as we're doing it together.
Colleges and universities to assist their first generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or a speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you.
Hey, Think fam, welcome back. And we're still chatting with labor rights advocate himself, Romero Malone. And again, I tell you, your story is just so empowering. So we left off with you starting this entire committee, right, at your current position, your current job. And you moved from that to being president of the association at that time. So how was that in itself from that jump into then going into this presidency?
The transition was seamless at the time. Initially, it was seamless because, as I've stated before, you don't need a title in order to be a leader.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I went into that position in order to affect change, in order to come into the position to be a voice for the flight attendants and advocate for policy enhancements, advocate for quality of life, for us to be able to gain a substantial amount of pay in that position as flight attendants, as I feel like that we deserve because of the work that we do.
Yep.
So when you're going into those positions with an integral mentality, it changes your perception of things. So I went in with that mentality of I'm going into this in order to be able to affect change, but I did not know the type of trepidation that I would encounter along the way. I did not know the racial microaggressions that I would encounter. I did not understand that, or was not aware that there would be so much lack of transparency between the organization or the company union, as I call it, and the management. There was a cross. There was an interjection. There were certain things that were happening and were taking place where I felt like it was not right, and that I felt as though it was not transparent enough for the flight attendants to be able to say that this is our representation and this is supposed to be the people who are negotiating upon our wages, our benefits, our quality of life here. And there's a lack of transparency as it relates to management and it relates to the organization. One of those examples was management, I began to notice, would call in the middle of meetings. And I would say, hey, this is our meeting time. I was the one that was pushing back against that because I'm like, this is the time that we're supposed to be talking about the things that concern the flight attendants.
Yeah.
And anything else outside of that, it can wait because this is our time for our meeting. And that was something that was not well received because in past presidencies, the presidents were more so willing and able to obtain anything by the company management that was solicited. And I just did not want to be that type of president. Also, I noticed that there was a lack of structure with the organization. We talked about that before, coming from the world of Robert Rules of Order and being able to maintain decency and order for a meeting. And those were things that were lacking within the organization in itself. When I talk about racial microaggressions or racial undertones, I remember hearing certain things like, Romero, how's the crime rate in Memphis? Hearing certain things.
Wow.
Yeah. I remember being in Phoenix, Arizona one time, and, there was a joke that was made about pigmentation or the color of the skin and not being in the sun too long, different things of that nature. And I've always been more so open to the fact of I'm aware of the injustices that take place.
Yeah.
And I've always spoken truth about the things that we have experienced as people of color.
Mm-hmm.
And to be in that position and be now experiencing these things in a first point of view was just extremely nauseating at times.
Mm-hmm.
And it was something that I felt that needed to change. And I wanted to be able to be that voice of change because, you know, we're undervalued in so many different ways. And people don't really look at us or really look at someone who is young, I'll say, young, Black, of the LGBTQ plus community and say, hey, we want this person to be in that position. They already feel that you are, you know, undervalued based off perception alone. So I went in that position trying to make sure that I overcompensated by doing everything that I could to be able to provide change and be able to say that this is what we can do to move forward. But when you don't have a supportive board and you don't have the tools and resources in place to be able to support that, no matter how much you try to push forward, it's null and void.
Gotcha. I love the way you mentioned change because you went into these different roles for change. Right. And sometimes, majority of the time, many persons were not receptive, especially upper management in that regard. Discrimination came into play at one point. Racism came into play at one point. Why didn't you just give up?
Giving up would be easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to give up. But I was never taught that.
Mm-hmm.
I was always taught that you go against the grain and that you push and you push and you push. Or in the church world, they say push, pray until something happens. But I was always taught that you don't give up.
Mm-hmm.
You be the change that you want to see. You be the voice that people can be able to hear your story and relate to. And you allow your voice to be your weapon.
Yeah.
In so many words.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do that. Giving up would have just been easy just to walk away from everything.
Yeah.
I had to be forced out of the role because I went in with the mentality of I want to affect change.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be a voice for the flight attendants. Even though I was not supported in that aspect, that was always my goal. So giving up was never in my nature.
Yeah.
It's never been an attribute that I have been able to keep or carry with me. That's not something that I even like to be a part of my DNA. I don't give up. I keep going until something happens. And if that doesn't happen, you either change structure or strategy. I have to keep going. So that just wasn't an option.
Oh, wow. You mentioned, even in the conversation beforehand, I mean, you went through a lot. It was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you have persons that you're trying to make it better, but it's like, oh my gosh, you're just working against me. But I'm doing the best that I can because I want to see better.
Yeah.
I want to see better for this organization, this position, for everyone, all you, because it affects us all, right? I can only imagine your mental state. How was that going through all those different changes? Where was your mind mentally?
I was in a sad state, a very more so state of trying to reevaluate who I was and where I was by the things that they were saying about me. But what I found out is people will call you what they want you to answer to.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say things about you, and they were saying some things, of course, at the time that were just not true. And I was dealing with 2 losses at the time because many people know and some don't. I had lost my sister at the time at the height of the pandemic. Like, she had passed away with complications of COVID-19. And And all of this is circling. I'm dealing now with this position, and I'm going through another loss. And I learned something at that time. I had to learn how to lose well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going through these losses. I'm going through this disparity. I'm going through this sadness. I'm going through this anguish. And I had to really reevaluate who I was as a person and be able to say, yes, I'm losing something, but at the same time, I have to be able to get back up, and I have to have the ability to be able to come back. See, everything in life is in your ability to be able to come back again.
Mm-hmm.
And even though that was a state of sadness that I was in, I also knew that things are only temporary.
Yeah.
I can't stay in this place. And sometimes we get stuck in what we lost, and we forget about what's next, what's coming afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to move out of that state of just feeling sad and sorry for myself. And I remember being at a specific meeting with the person who was over communications at the time. And the flight attendant said I already knew about when I had lost my sister.
Mm-hmm.
And I had did a video in 2020 about, I said in the video that there may be some seats missing at the table this year, some including my own, but happy Thanksgiving. I talked about the loss of my sister and everything else. And they wanted me at the time to be able to go back to that moment when I did my resignation letter, to be able to say, I'm stepping down because of the loss of my sister.
Yeah.
That was hurtful. Out of all the things that they could have done, that was probably one of the most hurtful things, because you want me to use a loss that I already had in order to be able to try to spin whatever is story that this company that you all have created as a narrative, in my opinion. So I have had to go through loss, and I've also had to find redemption.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Up next, Fink Fam, Romero tells us life after Sky West.
Hi, I'm celebrity saxophonist Richard Shaw Jr. from Atlanta, Georgia. Make sure you stay tuned for more with the Michael Finkley Show. It is absolutely phenomenal.
Looking for some of the best soul food right here in Mullen, South Carolina? I promise you, come on down to Garden Alley.
Our grape salad fabulous, our water gained, our potato salad, our chicken is fresh, macaroni and cheese is salted to perfection. I haven't found anything that's not right. Best ever.
Banana pudding, cakes, pies. Yeah. Selection is huge. Garden Alley is an awesome place to eat. I really love it.
Come by and see the amazing staff at Garden Alley, downtown Mullins.
Hi guys, welcome to Awaken. We wanted to serve the city of Mullins. We are church owned, and we felt like a coffee shop was such a huge need in the city of Mullins. There's nowhere for people to just come, get a cup of coffee, sit with friends, maybe do some work on the laptop. And so we feel like it was a service that we could give back to the city. Well, our hope is that people will feel calm, that they'll feel welcome, that it'll be a place where they can come and just clear their mind.
We come here twice a day. That's how good. Their smoothies, their coffee, their lattes, breakfast, delicious. Oh, I love the atmosphere here. If I had time to come and just sit and relax, I would. It's awesome.
One thing that I really love about it being here is just the cozy environment. It's so inviting. I can come in here and I can get my schoolwork done, a good coffee and a good meal. But I'm just really thankful that they're here and that I have a good place to go.
We're open Tuesday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Awaken Coffee Bar, downtown Mullins.
On the next, Michael Finkley, former athlete and professional actor, Lester Spade. He tells us how he got into the industry, what he's working on currently, and he answers the question, what is his next biggest dream? All happening Monday.
Romero, you mentioned your trials and tribulations, right? As this person that's just trying to make change, but just some major stumbling blocks along the way. What did you learn about yourself after this ordeal?
Whew. That's a good question. That's an excellent question. I learned that it's not what my grandmother used to say this all the time. I love my granny. It's not what they call you, it's what you answer to.
Yeah.
I learned that in the midst of adversity, to be courageous, to be able to step to it face to face, fearless, and be able to say, yeah, this is a giant, but at the end of the day, I can overcome it. A lot of times we're faced with things in our life that can sometimes take the wind out of us.
Yeah.
It can really knock us down, bring us back, or take us to a place that is not in the healthiest of places mentally.
Yeah.
But I found the strength in my voice. I found the strength in being able to say, I can do whatever it is that I put my mind to in this situation, in this present moment. And outside of that, what gave me the courage to actually come back and voice those things was the flight attendants. The flight attendants started a Justice for Romero campaign at a time when I couldn't speak. I was signed to an NDA at the time and I didn't have a voice. So when people
literally,
I didn't have
no voice. Wow,
no voice.
Yeah.
And when I get asked questions on why are you helping or why are you speaking out about things now, my answer remains the same. I came back to give a voice to the flight attendants that gave me a voice when I didn't have one.
Yeah.
That is what my positioning is now. And sometimes it takes a community, it takes a village to be able to also help support you and help uplift you in your times of need, because there are some times that you just cannot, it may not be an NDA, but it may be something else that makes a person be quiet for a season, for a moment. But when the time is right.
That part.
When the time is right. And I think everything is about timing and it's about the right timing. So it's about finding the strength and the courage within your voice, using your voice as a weapon, and also having those people that can help support you and help bring you back. That's what friends are for. That's what communities are for. That's what villages are for. That's what schools are for. Those whatever it is your community is that you founded in, you use that to help cultivate you, because sometimes you need that strength when you don't have it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm falling. I need somebody to support me, be able to pick me back up again. And that's what the flight attendants did for me. And that's the reason why I want to do everything that I can now in order to help them formally and officially be able to have a legitimate union.
I love that. So let's go dive into it. Life after SkyWest. So what does that look like for Romero?
It looks like I am with of course, I'm with an international carrier now, a mainline carrier. So I'm still a flight attendant. I am also an AFA member, a member of the Association of Flight Attendants, AFA-CWA.
So a real union?
A real union. So I am a member. I am a real union member, and now I'm working on two things. One, making sure that flight attendants at SkyWest Airlines are, that's the camera.
That's your camera.
Making sure that the flight attendants at SkyWest Airlines understand that they do have a voice and they have the ability to speak truth to power despite any type of adversities or obstacles that may come. Flight attendants make up the industry. They are the ones that are able to help get passengers to where they need to be, where they need to go, their journeys and their destinations. Flight attendants are a pivotal part of the industry, and SkyWest needs a union. They need a legitimate labor union that abides by federal law and does not evade them. So that's one thing that I'm working on. And I want everybody that's a flight attendant to be able to understand that at SkyWest needs a union. So we're making sure that we are getting those authorization cards sent in where the flight attendants can be able to, formally be able to get a union. And that's one. And also making sure in another area that we are getting out to vote.
Yeah.
Those are the two things that I'm most concerned about is union, and also that we're voting. We are seeing a changing of the guards, a changing of the tides right now, as far as in millennial leadership, and even millennials in unions, in labor rights. There's a statistic and study shows like 77% between the ages of 18 and 34 are millennials who want a unionized or union organization within their workplace. So just making sure that people understand what is at stake in this election and making sure that we understand. So I'm calling all the members. I'm calling millennials. I'm calling Gen Z, Gen X. I'm calling the LGBTQ plus community. I'm calling all of these communities to be able to get together, form together to be able to make sure that we are voting and that we do have a voice in this election, and also that SkyWest has a voice at their airline by making sure that they get a union.
I love that. Again, bringing these different communities together, again, for a bigger cause, because again, you've been paying it for so long, and you've been through so much, again, like we said before, to where you are today as this guru, as we see.
Our guru.
Yes, guru. Yes. Just own it.
That's very flattering.
Just own it.
I receive it.
Yep.
I receive
Just
it.
own it. Just own it. Are you proud of yourself in this point of your life with all that you've done and being this advocate for others?
I think I am.
Okay.
I understand that there's still work to do. Even though I'm proud of myself, it's also the reason why it's hard for me to get caught up in a resume, because when people read my resume and read the things that I've done, or that I feel, or they feel I've accomplished, it reminds me of the things of where I've been, but it doesn't tell me where I'm going. So I don't mind resumes, and I don't mind, the past, and just being able to admire the journey.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
Because it is a journey.
It's a journey.
And it's also available on streaming platforms. But
I was waiting for it.
But just, I'm at a season right now, and I am at a point where I am proud of myself. I'm proud of myself for the things that I'm doing, and I'm proud of myself for finding the ability to be able to make sure that I'm not becoming lackadaisical.
Yeah.
I am actively moving and actively striving and trying to perfect my imperfections and try to become better than what I used to be. So, yeah, I'm proud of myself.
I love that. When is the book coming out?
Oh, Michael.
I'm just asking. Exclusive here. When is the book coming out? Because again, this journey, I know that you documented it along the way, but again, it makes it's a great read too.
There may be one actually in the works.
I'm just saying.
There may be a book in the works right now. I'm not going to speak too much on it, but there may be a book in the works right now. And just trying to encapsulate a lot about, my life and different experiences, like you said, that I've had. It is a lot. It is a journey. But we're journeying in this thing called life together.
Yep.
That's what I always tell everybody.
Yep.
And right now, it is just about me making sure that like I'm doing everything I can to actively move forward, and I'm empowering myself and trying to give the same ability to other people to empower themselves as well. And maybe there's a glimpse or a view of my life or the things that I've done that empowers you to be able to say, hey, it may not necessarily be what it is that you're doing, but I want to be able to find my own way, my own path, you know. So that's where I'm at.
I love it. How can the Think Fam follow you on social media to follow the journey still?
You can follow my social media pages, Romero Malone on Facebook, on Instagram, it is the same thing. On Twitter, it is Romero_Malone. So you can just pretty much look at my name, you know, and if Journey is by Journey is Mero Ill, you know, that's another great artist. I think you should check it out.
But we already know. Think Fam already knows. We know. We know.
But yes, those are all my social media platforms. And for those of you that want to follow, that want to keep up and stay informed and stay connected, that's it.
Well, I want to say thank you for being with us and sharing your story. Sometimes it's not easy. It's not easy, but it's so worth it.
Right.
Because someone else is watching, and then now they can say, he has a voice, I can use my voice too. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
Thank you for inviting me.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Think Fam, thank you so much for watching, and remember to always pursue your dreams. Have a good one.
New Mucinex Kickstart gives all-in-one and done relief with a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. It's comeback season.
Sweet blessings from the airwaves, guiding all through endless days. And a brother's speaking right, a word, a shining light, tuning in each day, darling.
Good evening, and welcome to Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast, where we inspire, we encourage, and we empower people to live a healthier lifestyle. And so this evening, even though I had just a little technical difficulty, the purpose let me tell you, I am Anna. I am an author. I'm an educational consultant. I'm the host of this show. I am a jury consultant. I carry many hats, but I can tell you this much, that I bring a lot of knowledge and wealth to the conversation. And so from time to time, how I go about inspiring and encouraging is by sharing knowledge and making people more aware of their surroundings and things. And I try to bring speakers to have more knowledge than I am. And so this evening, I have a special, we are, what can I say? We're from the same state. But I'm going to make a real good introduction when I come back. I'm going to take a commercial. But before, when I always come on, I always do a little housekeeping because I always forget at the end of my podcast. So I try to take care of that business beforehand. So I do want to let you know that I do go live. I go live on Facebook and Instagram, and also through my own YouTube. And so this here, I have a bit. So if you're interested in becoming a guest or being a sponsor or anything like that on my program, by all means, you can reach out to me. You can reach out to me at listine1@gmail.com or also at CTR Media Network.com and /Sweet Blessings as well. So I just wanted to, and then this is my email in case you have any questions or anything like that. I just want to make sure that you are well aware of those things. And the last one, but not least, is my YouTube channel. I'm trying to increase my visibility there. So if you could help me out by subscribing to my YouTube channel. So we're going to take a brief commercial, and then when I come back, I'm going to introduce our guests. You're going to be more than happy this evening. So hold on just one moment.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to CTRMediaNetwork.com.
Wow, welcome back. And if you're just tuning in, I'm Anna. I'm the host of Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast. And tonight we have a special guest, Dr. Lakeisha McMillan. And she is passionate about helping women in perimenopause and menopause. And she is known as the International Menopause Whisperer. She's going to give you a lot of information this evening. She is a gynecologist, and she has cracked the hormonal code through integrative medicine and wants to help other women do the same. So without ado, I want to introduce to you Dr. Lakeisha McMillan. Hello, and welcome. And I apologize for the little mix-up at the beginning. I just had some problems there.
No problem at all. No problem at all.
So welcome, and thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
I have a few little questions I'm going to ask you, but the first question that I'm going to ask you is to kind of tell the audience a little bit, a little bit about yourself.
Sure. I love to start out by saying, I love stories. I'm a storyteller. I don't know if people know the term the griot, but I'm a griot, and my father was a griot, and I believe he's passed it on to me. And so I believe that we relate to each other through the art of storytelling. So I want to take you on a journey with me, if it's okay. Okay. So imagine that it is Saturday night. It's a regular Saturday night. You're just enjoying your evening with your spouse. For me, it was my husband. My kids were at home. We were just any regular Saturday night. It used to be movie night when they were younger, right? So but now they're a little older, so they have their own things. But we were upstairs watching TV, and all of a sudden my phone starts going off. My messages, ping, ping. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? And it's the girls group chat. So it's my girls, and my bestie is saying, excuse me, ma'am. Did you have something to tell us? Did you forget about something? And I'm like, what? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. And then she sends me this screenshot that her mother, I call her one of, that term of endearment, my auntie, had sent to her of me on TV.
Okay.
And I go, huh? And I'm looking and I'm like, oh my goodness. And I realized that my segment on Love and Marriage DC on the Oprah-owned TV network was airing, and I am now one of the menopausal experts that's featured on the OWN network.
Oh, that's
and I'm just like, wow, oh my goodness gracious. Because we had filmed that segment a while ago, so I'd forgotten about it. But I often say to people, but it didn't always start that way.
People don't realize that,
No. So if I can, I want to be able to share a little bit of my real story with your audience, if I could. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. So I say, if you were to look at my highlight reels, I call them the highlight reels, ESPN or Sports Center, they show you the highlights, right? They show you all the dunks, all the points, when they made it, when things were done. I said it would look as if I was checking off all the boxes. I was able to come from a 2-parent household. I was blessed to come from a 2-parent household. I had educators as parents. When I said to them at 12 years old, I want to be a doctor, they encouraged me to find myself around a physician to make sure that that's what I wanted to do, because they were like, we're educators, honey. We don't know medicine. If that's what you want to do, go make sure you're around a doctor so that that's what you want to do. My brother and I said all the time that, our dad was our cheerleader and mommy was our coach, and we would run in the house. And if we said, we're going to go to the moon, daddy would say, yes, you can. Absolutely. And mommy would say, okay, what's the SOP? I need to know all the procedures. I need to know all your methods. I need to know how you're doing this. What's your plan A, your plan B, your plan C? And so again, we were encouraged. We were always encouraged. And so I was able to go through elementary school, high school, college, got accepted to Loma Linda School of Medicine in their early selection program. So I knew from my junior year that I was going, which medical school I was going to.
Mm-hmm.
But then, life comes at you with a 1-2 punch, right?
It does.
And so for me, I have 2 dates in my head that are just like seared into my brain.
Mm-hmm.
One is April 2nd, 2009, and the other one is February 24th, 2010. The first one is when we lost my father to complications from a stroke. And the next date, just 10 short months later, is when we lost my grandmother to complications from CHF, or congestive heart failure.
Mm-hmm.
And because of our tight-knit family, we were all so close. This ripped the rug from underneath us.
Yes.
Just completely put us all in free fall. And this is when I was just like, oh my goodness, what do I do now? I remember, Miss Anna, Miss Brothers, sitting on labor and delivery one night, and my blood pressure was 160/110. And the nurses were like, Doc, do you need to go to the ER? And I was like, no. And I remember sitting at the nurse's station whispering, Lord, I need an exit strategy. I was not liking my patients anymore. When my pager went off, I was just like, what do you want? And that was not like me. I remember that my energy was so low. I would just crawl back into bed. I'd crawl out of bed. And yes, I was dealing with complex grief and was going through therapy. Amen for therapy. I need the t-shirt that says, I know Jesus and I have a therapist, right?
Yes.
And I was peeling back all those layers, but I also was trying to figure out what was going on. At the time, my husband and I were just cordial roommates. We were getting up, making sure that our son at the time, we only have one child at the time, was getting ready, going to school, making sure that those things were done. But I was in free fall. And it was at that time that I said, you know what? I need to take a step back from traditional medicine. I need to be able to do what people would say, physician, heal thyself.
Yes.
And I started diving into integrative medicine and functional medicine and really truly understanding what was happening on a physiological level with my own body. I mean, I was gaining weight for seemingly no reason. Like I said, I was exhausted. I didn't want to be intimate with my husband. And y'all, he's cute, okay? I like him.
You're a mess.
Okay? And I was just like, what is going on? And this is when I took a sabbatical. I started out by taking a sabbatical. And I remember 2 months into my sabbatical, Miss Brother, I called my office manager and I said, hey, so, and she said, I know, you're not coming back. I said, yeah, I'm not. And it was at this time that I was able to continue listening and understanding and applying what I was learning. And that is how I'm able to come to you as Dr. Lakeisha, your international menopause whisperer, validating perimenopause and menopausal women's symptoms, helping them to crack their hormone code, and then building their personalized symptom solution blueprint.
Girl, you know what? I wish I hadn't seen, I'm old now.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
But I mean, I wish I had known or knew of you earlier in my life. It's what I'm trying to say. And so, I do have a few questions.
Sure.
I'll ask you one because I think that people might not know. Well, I know. There's menopause.
Yes.
And then there's perimenopause. Okay. And they might not know the difference.
I love where you're going with this.
I
am a teacher at heart, and I love building a foundation.
Well, I'm a retired school teacher.
Oh, we're going to have a good conversation tonight. We're going to have a great conversation tonight.
So people, and that's the purpose of my podcast, is to make people aware, because people are not aware of what's going on. And so they might not understand the difference between those two. So can you tell us a little bit?
Oh, I love to. So there are the terminology that's in our lexicon now is perimenopause and menopause. And when I was in residency, 20 plus years ago, as an intern, there were rumblings about perimenopause or premenopause, like you said. There was premenopause is what we were saying back in the early 2000s. And we really didn't know what that meant. It just meant, women's periods probably started shifting, started changing, and that was it. So let's talk about menopause, and then we're going to talk about perimenopause.
Okay.
Menopause, the textbook definition of menopause is 12 consecutive months without a period. 12 consecutive months. It's not hot flashes, night sweats, vaginal dryness. It's none of those, because everybody's symptoms can be vastly different.
Right.
But the textbook definition, 12 consecutive months, this is imperative, because if you go 12 consecutive months and you don't have a period and you're not on any type of hormone therapy and you have a bleed, you need to go to your doctors and be evaluated and make sure you don't have uterine cancer. Okay, so that's the big thing. And I'm not saying that if you go 12 months and you have a bleed, you have cancer. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's one of what we call the differential diagnoses that we need to exclude to make sure that you're okay.
Okay.
So I have women that come to me and say, I haven't had my period for 6 months. I must be in menopause. No, ma'am. You go 6 months, have a period, you have to start the clock over.
Yes,
you go 9 months, you have a period, you have to start the clock over. You go 11 months, and I've had that happen to patients, and you have a period, you must start that clock over because of that possibility of having a postmenopausal bleed and you having to be ruled out for uterine cancer. That is very important. Now, perimenopause, I'm sorry to say, I have nicknamed it purgatory. Because it can start 5, 7, 10, 15 years before you go into menopause. Now, the textbook definition of perimenopause is when your cycle varies by 7 days. Either your cycle starts shifting and it comes sooner, or it starts shifting and it comes later. But there's a whole host of things that happen in that particular phase that show up as symptoms because your hormones are not going as high as they used to. Those levels, they're not going as high, or they're dipping too soon, too fast within the cycle. So you can have interrupted sleep, inability to get to sleep, stay asleep. You can have your skin starting to feel funny, itchy skin. How many of you all at the end of the day, you take off your clothes or you're changing and all of a sudden you're just scratching. Oh my goodness. Or you have itchy ears, or you have ringing in the ears, or you're starting to have weight gain around that midsection. And you're like, look here, if I cut one more thing out of my diet, I'm breathing air. Okay.
You feel that way, you sure do. Yeah.
You feel that way, right? Or you're having vaginal dryness, or you're having little temperature changes. And I love this when my ladies come to me and they go, I'm not having hot flashes. It's not hot flash, but I do feel warm at times. It's this, this temperature dysregulation. There have been, I have one lady, I call her one of my super friends. She is a menopausal nutritionist out of Canada. She and her team have surveyed over 5,000 women, and they're presenting their findings at upcoming conferences. And they have discovered that there are over 100 different symptoms for perimenopausal and menopausal women. So some of these symptoms that a lot of people probably are getting classified as, oh, you're just getting old, that joint pain, that frozen shoulder, all these different things that are kind of dismissed as, oh, welcome to the club, child. It's just the way it is, are literal symptoms that are coming that are now evolving because your hormones have changed. So you're not making this up in your head.
No,
it is real physiology.
Yeah, I will agree with you 100%. We're going to take a brief break, and then we're going to come back because you've hit on quite a few things that I had. I'm a research person, so I've researched.
Awesome. I love it.
But we're going to come back because you did mention symptoms, so we're going to talk a little bit more about the symptoms and what people should be looking for, because they might not know what those symptoms are. So we'll be right back.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm Anna. I'm the host of Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast. And this evening we have Dr. Lakeisha McMillan. She is known as the International Menopause Whisperer. And the conversation has been hot, y'all. I'm serious. It has been hot. Lots and lots of knowledge. As we went to commercial, she was talking a little bit about symptoms. And, if any of you all that watch my program, you know how I am about my notes. She expound on quite a few things that's in my notes, because I'm going to tell you, I have here hot flashes and night sweats, vaginal dryness and discomfort, mood changes, bone thinning,
Yes.
heart palpitations,
Yes.
joint pains, and stiffness, which is what you was just saying before we went to commercial. Thinning of the hair,
yes,
as well. Urinary issues,
yes.
So those are some of the symptoms. What can we do now?
That is a great question.
What can we do now?
What can we do? There are several options for you, and I call the ladies that are part of my community my hormone hotties. So I talk about tools that you can put in your hormone hottie handbag, and some of those tools can be lifestyle changes. Especially when it comes to the world of exercising, making sure that you do some form of weight resistance, because you want to make sure that as you are challenging your muscles, what happens is the insertion point that muscle has on the bone pulls on the bone and makes the bone even more sturdy. So that is a way that you can actually help to make sure that you're keeping your bones healthy. Another thing you can do is making sure that you have the right supplements on board for you. And this is where the conversations get really good, because supplementation is not just blanket across the board. It's not just go get the Centrum, the women over 50, or just get any type of vitamin, or just go ahead and get, what you're seeing as, part of the advertisement that is going around. But coming in and getting evaluated through various different means and seeing what vitamins you need, because vitamins help with all of the reactions that happen in your body to make sure that your body is processing your hormones correctly. Making sure that all of these different pause for the mental brain. Sorry. all of these reactions that are happening in your body they are actually happening the way that they should. Okay. Also, there is an option for hormone replacement therapy, or some of us call it bioidentical hormone replacement therapy, BHRT. And this is where the conversation is very hot, because of the thoughts of what hormone therapy was doing back in the early 2000s. And I say, when it comes around that conversation, doctors don't have a great PR department. We don't have the ability. We were not that great in helping people understand what that study actually meant and how it translated to the general population. And there have been subsequent studies to debunk and to clarify the data that came out in 2002 from the WHI study. There are studies that show there is no increased risk of breast cancer. There is no increased risk of cancer when you do have that as part of your toolkit. And so when you add on bioidentical hormones, you are adding to decreasing your risk of dementia, decreasing your risk of osteopenia and osteoporosis. That's the bone health. You are decreasing your risk of breast cancer for certain types of breast cancer. You're decreasing your risk for colorectal cancer. So that is a tool that can be used. So it's about supplements, it's about lifestyle, and it's about options in terms of maybe having that bioidentical hormone therapy as an option as well.
Okay. Also, I've heard some people use oils. Have you heard of people using
That can be that some oils, I've heard of some people using oils for vaginal dryness. I've heard of certain types of supplements can be used for vaginal dryness. And that's where you need to talk to a practitioner, somebody that really can dive into your personal medical history, because we can't just say, oh, all supplements, because there could be medications that you're on that it can interfere with or interact with. And you need to make sure that you're a great candidate for it.
That's good. And another thing that I think that us as human beings need to kind of focus on as well is physicals.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this is where I feel that, again, our PR department, doctors' PR department, we're not the best. When there came to, when the recommendations for pap smears came out, because we were adding testing for what is called HPV, which is human papilloma virus, which is the virus we've learned is the virus. It is a sexually transmitted virus that can be the risk factor for causing cervical cancer. What we've done now is if you can screen for HPV, and now they break you down into certain age brackets. And then if your HPV is positive or negative and your cells are okay, then you don't have to repeat that particular test for so many years. And what happened is women started interpreting that as, I don't have to go to the doctor for so many years. You need to go every year because somebody needs to take a look, make sure that your breasts are healthy, make sure that your pelvic region is healthy, making sure that they actually palpate the uterus if you still have a uterus and the ovaries, or if you don't have a uterus, are there any masses that are growing in the pelvic area? So yes, you need to go in and let somebody examine you yearly. And there are particular aspects of the well woman exam that don't need to be repeated every single year, but that does not dismiss you from coming to see me.
Okay. I'm glad everyone should hear that, because some people, I have a few, well, I'm not gonna say I have a few friends, well, one friend in particular that, I go every year. I go for everything.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
And I've had some health issues here recently. And it's only because I go every year. I have a yearly exam every year. I have a good relationship with my doctor. Also, because I go every year, they have a basis to look at information on my history.
Exactly.
They can tell immediately when something has changed.
Exactly.
Okay. And I don't think that people, females, and I'm going to say women, people of color, go to the doctor like they should be. But I have always been a firm believer that there's two things that you need to have the best of in life, and that is your health, your medical.
Exactly.
The food that you eat.
Yes.
What you put in your mouth.
Yes.
And your health. Those are, you can fluctuate a little bit. To me, those are things that you kind of need to pay attention to. And like I said, I've had some health issues, and like I said, I wish I had known earlier, because some of the problems that I'm having now could have been prevented there. But I'm going to be honest with you. My problems, I have problems, but they're not serious problems.
Okay.
They're problems that they're preventive. Okay. I'm at that stage where they caught things just like that. So, and that's where I am, but I'm old. I'm in my 70s. I know. And most people see when I say that, most people don't realize I look good for my age.
Yes, ma'am.
But seriously, so I'm blessed, and I thank God every day for it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And to be, something is going to happen at this age. So that's the way I look at it. I've led a comfortable and pleasant life, and I'm doing some of the things that I love, and so and the reason I know I didn't tell you why I started this podcast or why I became part of CTR Media Network. It might help in our little conversation, but maybe 5 to 6 years. My mother died in 2021.
So sorry.
And well, it was a learning experience for me because she had dementia. So all of those things that you have talked about this evening, I have kind of experienced. And what happened was, I used to go live and tell people my experience with my mother because, sometimes when older individuals or individuals have dementia, people don't realize it's an illness. Okay.
Oh yeah.
They think, they put a stigma. They put a stigma on it. If you're educated, you're okay.
Okay.
See. So anyway, I wanted them to see that even though she had dementia, you could live a great life.
Absolutely.
And it made me become more aware of dementia because I'm going to tell you, I was like 56, 50, 55. I didn't even know what dementia was.
Wow.
And as an educator, okay, I was just like in awe. But, I joined the support group. And it's just, you remember I told you about that medical. I go to a very good hospital, research hospital, one of the best in the country. And I was able to get my mother and I in a support group. And
wonderful.
It was through that group that I learned a great deal. And I realized that I didn't know there were others that did not know either.
Yeah.
And so that is the purpose of this. And so I'm grateful to have you on here this evening.
Oh, my pleasure.
Okay, because people don't realize how this affects their hormones and things in their life. And they need to realize that there's something important. You might need therapy. Now, I know you have some other little things here that you want to talk to us about.
Oh, no problem. I have a person that asked me a question over on Instagram, if that's okay. Can I?
That's fine.
Okay. So some Marie Gaza Hurley, she asked, when are you postmenopausal? After 10 years of menopause? That's a great question.
That is a great question.
So if you look at traditional medicine, and what happens is we have definitions for a reason, because that's how doctors communicate to each other and how we know what we're talking about. So most people will tell you, you go 12 months and then the next day you're postmenopausal. You go 13 months and because you haven't had a period, you're postmenopausal. There's really no consensus as to when if there is a actual time frame to say postmenopausal. I personally stopped using the term postmenopausal. And the reason I stopped doing that is because I found when I was talking to my patients and they said, oh, I'm postmenopausal, but I need you to help me with this. They were still dealing with the hormonal changes, a body that had gone through hormonal changes and not understanding you're not going back to something else. Menopause isn't something you go through and then you're done with. Women spend a third of their life in menopause. This is now your menopausal phase of life. Your body's going to continue to change. I have another one of my super friends. She called me up. She was like, look, I've been in menopause for 10 years. She's like, and all of a sudden something has just changed. And I said, yeah, because now maybe your adrenals have started changing. Maybe they can't produce what they used to produce and support your body anymore. Maybe you need to have me do some labs on you so we can see what's going on so you can get the appropriate support that you need. So postmenopausal, technically, when you've gone that 12 months and you're right after that, you're postmenopausal, but don't think that you're done, that you're out of something, that you're over it.
No, because you still will have them hot flashes.
You can still have, there's some women that have hot flashes for a good 5 to 10 years. There's a study that has shown that African-American women actually have hot flashes an average of 5 to 7 years longer than their counterparts.
Yes.
And then the next group are Latinx women. They tend to have hot flashes the next longer. So everybody's different, and everybody's not going to have all the same symptoms. That's the other thing.
Yeah. So yeah, that is very interesting, and that was an excellent question. I also was thinking along those lines. What do you do? Because I hear people all the time say, "Oh, girl, I'm having a hot flash, but I know I'm through with menopause." You know that. I don't know what's going on here. That's what you hear him saying that all the time. All the time. Okay, I'm looking at my notes here. I know you said you had a giveaway. I want you for us this evening, for the guests. So should I put that up here?
Yes. So remember I said that I help you crack your hormone code. What this does, if you go get your freebie now, go to hormonequiz.co. It is .co. Go to hormonequiz.co and grab your free hormone quiz. Take that quiz so we can crack your hormone code. Then after you take that quiz, make sure you go to talkhormones.com so you can schedule your virtual consult with me. We can go over those results and we can start building your personalized blueprint, okay? Your symptom solution blueprint. Because there is a spectrum. Everybody is on this spectrum. Where are you if you're still having a cycle? Where are you if you think you're perimenopausal? Where are you if you are menopausal? Which areas do you need support? Because I say it's not just balancing your sex hormones, which is your estrogen, your testosterone, and your progesterone, but also making sure your adrenal health is taken care of, making sure your gut health is taken care of, making sure your thyroid health is taken care of. So those are the 4 big areas that I really work on, concentrate, look at, and help you to make sure that you can then get control of your body again.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a brief commercial, and then we're going to come back, and I want you to leave the audience with something.
Okay. Awesome.
Does this resonate with you? Has a company ripped you off in the past? SettleShark is changing how consumers get money back from companies. SettleShark assists consumers during the entire process, from beginning to end. Our process is simple, convenient, affordable, and powerful. You're in control. We are here to help you. Contact us today at www.settleshark.com or call 1-888-704-0708.
Oh, we're back. I'm Ann. I'm the host, and we have a special guest, Dr. Lakeisha McMillan. And it's been such a great podcast this evening. I learned a lot. I always try to learn something new every day, and so this has been very enlightening for me, but I'm sure it's been enlightening for the rest of the audience. Because, like I told you, I wish I had known some of these things before, but it's never too late. I always look at that, and I always tell people it's never too late to start something new and to make your life better. So before we close this evening, I'm going to ask Dr. Lakeisha to leave us with some words of wisdom.
Oh, let's see. Words of wisdom, or like a tip of the day. I will say, make sure that you are giving from your overflow. When we are giving so much of ourselves that we are running on fumes, that literally affects your physiology. It will make you slam into perimenopause and menopause. It will intensify your symptoms if you are not doing and actually participating in self-care. And I know we say self-care and we kind of use that term, but literally caring for yourself is not selfish. It is helpful to others. It is the same thing that is done when you are given the flight instructions and they tell you if the cabin loses cabin pressure and those oxygen masks fall from the ceiling, if there's someone beside you that needs help, put yours on first, because you can't help anybody else if you're passed out.
That's right.
So if you are continuously giving to somebody else, if you're mentally spent, if you're constantly the person that everybody calls or everybody unloads and tells all of their problems to, or you're the fix-it person, you have to have some type of restoration that you do on a daily basis. One thing that's very easy and very simple to do, it's grounding. I love grounding. Grounding is simply going outside and standing barefoot in the ground, because it literally helps you to dispense negative ions out of your body, which can cause inflammation, into a bigger receptacle, which is the earth, because the earth can handle it. And also the earth can give you back positive charges so your body can balance out what it needs to do. So go put your feet in the dirt this week. Go stand outside for 2 or 3 minutes. Go walk in the grass. Yes, I know it's getting chilly. I know the temperature's changing. It will not give you a cold. Go outside, stand barefoot in the grass.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lakeisha. It's really been a pleasure. I want you to hold on afterwards. There's a few little things that I do before I end my program. And one of those is I always tell my audience, I hope that in some kind of way we have inspired you. I hope that some kind of way we have encouraged you. And I hope in some kind of way we have empowered you to live a blessed and healthier lifestyle. Also, I always end my program with the 3 L's, and I think Dr. Lakeisha is going to like my 3 L's. The first one is live. Live your life to the fullest. You only get one. So you want to make sure you get as much joy out of it. Do those things that make you happy. The second thing is to laugh. Laugh. Laughter brings so much joy, and it's really good for your soul. So make sure you bring some laughter. You can laugh, but also bring laughter to someone else. And then the third thing is love. Self-love is the most important thing. Do not forget about you. I want to thank you this evening. I'm going to ask Dr. Lakeisha to hold on, and I'll be right back after I do my little closing. Have a great one. Thank you so much for coming on.
Are you ready to skyrocket your podcasting journey? Look no further than The Power of Podcasting by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. This book is not just any ordinary guide. It's a game changer that offers insider strategies, captivating content creation tips, proven techniques, and monetization secrets. But that's not all. When you purchase The Power of Podcasting, you also receive a complimentary bonus. Dr. Ramsey's sought-after podcast 30 video course valued at $999, absolutely free. It's no wonder this book is a #1 bestseller on Amazon and has been rated one of the top 10 best new podcasting books to read by Book Authority. Dr. Ramsey's expertise and practical advice have earned her acclaim in the industry. So, what are you waiting for? Take the leap and unlock your podcasting success today. Grab your copy of The Power of Podcasting, Unlocking Tips and Strategies for Podcast Success by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey on Amazon, or visit their website at CTRMediaNetwork.com. A link will be provided in this episode's description. Your podcasting journey starts here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Masterpiece Lounge. I am your hostess, certified life coach, author, and speaker, and I am super excited to be back with another segment. This is our corner of the internet where we have incredible and insightful conversations to help push our personal and professional lives forward. And today is no different. We are going to be talking today about conflict and stress management. We can't avoid stress, right? It shows up in every aspect of our lives, and conflict, right? Whether it's in our personal relationships or our professional relationships. And so we're going to talk about how to manage them and what are some things to look out for as well. All right. Conflict, stress, two big things that we deal with on a regular basis. And so let's talk about a few things that is going to be very imperative for you to look out for as you manage these two things. The first thing is to recognize your triggers. So it's important that you identify what triggers your stress. And that's going to help as the first step in managing it. What triggers stress for you? Is it when things are not organized? Is it when there's not a clear path or a clear vision laid out, right? What stresses you? What triggers your stress? It could be anything from a looming deadline to a very difficult conversation with a colleague or someone very important in your life. And so here's how you can get started. Again, identifying those personal stressors. And personal stressors are events or situations that cause you to feel really stressed, right? So that could be related to work, it could be related to home or relationships, or even your commute to work if you have to drive, right? And so start by making a list. That's going to be very important. Start by making a list of things that typically cause you conflict and cause you stress. And this can include anything from last minute work assignments, that's never fun, right? To a disagreement with a friend. And so recognize that these stressors is the first step in learning how to manage them. I also want you to notice physical responses as well. When you're under stress, your body reacts in specific ways. For me, my shoulders get tense, right? So what happens for you? You might experience a faster heartbeat, maybe your palms get sweaty, or maybe you even experience dry mouth, right? So pay attention to these physical signs that help you identify when you're feeling stressed. So when they happen, you know, wait a minute, let me take a second, let me take a step back. I'm starting to get stressed. This is the beginning of stress for me, right? So now you're more conscious of it. So once you notice these early signs, you can now take steps to manage your stress before it gets worse. Also, I want you to monitor your emotional reactions. So, conflict and stress can trigger emotional responses. And this could be feelings of frustration, anger, or even anxiety. So, by monitoring your emotions, you can actually gain some insight into what triggers you. So, if you notice that you're feeling anxious after a meeting with your boss, for example, that could be a sign that your job is a significant source of stress for you. Acknowledging this is an important step in managing the stress and the conflict you have in your life. And so, recognizing those triggers, I want to just make a call out that this is an ongoing process. It's not something you can do one time and then that's it, right? So, you have to practice this and you'll get better identifying your triggers over time. Number two, in managing conflict and stress, is building supportive relationships. It's another key strategy for managing your stress and your conflict that you may have in your life. This is going to involve developing empathy and practicing open communication with those around you and also building trust, right? So, in developing empathy, it can go a long way in reducing stress and in conflict. So try to understand other people's perspective and their feelings, all right? It can't just be about you. This doesn't mean you have to agree with everything, but understanding where they're coming from can help you communicate better, all right? So when you show empathy to others, they're more likely to return the favor. Also, open communication. What does that look like? First of all, it's a very important key to resolving conflict and reducing stress. It means expressing your thoughts, expressing your feelings, and also, this may be hard for some of us, expressing your needs very clearly and respectfully, okay? It means listening to others and responding in a way that shows that you understand. And this also helps avoid any misunderstandings as well. All right. And lastly, building trust. And talking about building supportive relationships, let's talk about trust a little bit. That is the foundation of any strong relationship. And it helps you manage conflict and stress. And when you trust someone, you're more likely to feel comfortable expressing your feelings and your concerns to them. And so when someone trusts you, they're more likely to listen to what you have to say, right? So building trust takes time. It does take effort, but it is worth it in building a strong relationship. Number three is apply effective communication. What does this look like? So effective communication is a powerful tool when we're talking about stress and conflict because it involves using assertive communication, right? Practice active listening, which is very important, and helping to manage emotional communication, right? It's not enough to just talk at someone. You want to talk to them. You want to make sure that you are making yourself very clear about the message that you are sharing with them. So practice active listening. Not just hearing what someone is saying, but truly understanding what they're saying, right? Paying full attention to the person and refraining from interrupting. I know this is hard for some of us. Do not interrupt. Allow someone to finish a complete thought. Wait for a pause. Wait for them to finish. But if you need to interject, wait for a pause. Don't just jump in because you have something to say, right? Wait, be respectful, really listen. Communicating assertively, right? It helps prevent misunderstandings as well. And it's a balancing act between being too passive and being too aggressive, right? And so just finding that middle ground. Number four is embrace healthy lifestyle choices. So I want to encourage you by promoting physical activity to help reduce some of that stress, right? Maintaining a balanced diet because your body needs the fuel it to run smoothly, and also ensuring that you get adequate sleep. So there's no team, no sleep here, right? We need to sleep. You ever tried resolving a conflict when you're tired? It is a lot. And so it's not effective. It's not effective. So you need to get your rest. And lastly, number five is to use stress management techniques. For example, we've mentioned this before here in the Masterpiece Lounge, practicing mindfulness, taking a step back, right? And just really being present being present, taking deep breaths, right? Being mindful, using relaxation techniques and things that are going to help you. Deep breathing, muscle relaxation, listening to calm music. There's so many apps and tools now to help us do just that. And also employing cognitive behavioral techniques as well. And they help you challenge negative thought patterns, right? And replace them with positive ones. So instead of thinking, I can't handle this conflict, you can actually tell yourself, I have the skills to handle this conflict and I can find a solution. All right. So these are just some tips and tools to start using to manage the conflict and the stress that comes up in our personal and professional lives. All right. We will be faced with tense situations, with conflict, with others, right? But there is a way to handle it. And so I hope today's segment was super helpful so that you can begin to use these tools, implement them in managing your conflict and your stress. So, guys, I hope that you enjoyed today's segment in the Masterpiece Lounge. I am your host, a certified life coach, author, and speaker, Chris Natha DeRozier. Let's connect on all social media platforms, and I will see you here very, very soon. And until then, be well. Take care.
Hi, I am Sandy Sanders. I am the host and creator of the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy. We are powered by the CTR Media Network. Working with the CTR Media Network truly has been a blessing to me. It's been very rewarding for my podcast. I have been doing live streams for a little over 3-4 years and knew that I had wanted to start a podcast, but just was not sure how. Well, lo and behold, yes, the founder, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, has truly helped me with my visibility by promoting my services and the products that we offer through our training and through monthly training, helping me hone in on my craft and increasing my sales. So CTR Media Network makes sure that the podcasters in the network are aware of the streaming trends and techniques and support to our growth. It has been an amazing journey thus far, and I highly recommend the CTR Media Network. I made the right decision by being a part of the CTR Media Network family.
Well, hello, friends, and thank you for joining us for another episode of What's Going On here at SwagHer Magazine, where we check in and find out what's going on. I am your host, Jim Cares, and today we welcome Sadija. She is the founder of Stillborn and Infant Loss Support. It's a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the mental health and well-being of families who experience miscarriage, stillbirth, and other pregnancy losses. Her mission is accomplished through community building, education, mentorship, and support programs. And we're going to get right into it because I'm excited for what she's going to share with us on today. So welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Oh, we are happy to have you indeed, because we're going to get some insight and things of that sort. And I think this is a topic that's not always talked about. No?
Yeah.
And we sometimes don't know somebody going through it, or we do know somebody going through it. And it's good to have the information to be able to support somebody or support ourselves if we find ourselves in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. It's a difficult conversation, but it's necessary.
Yeah, you know, we got to have tough conversations sometimes because some people are suffering in silence. So we want to be able to talk about it, be able to support and help one another because life is short. So reach out, tag a friend if you need support. And today, we're going to share some insight on that. So first question, how would you describe yourself? What is it that makes you you?
I would describe myself as down to earth, pretty easygoing, friendly, personable, compassionate. And I think what makes me me is, so my last name is Smiley. But I also have an amazing smile that my mom paid for. And so, I think that's part of what makes me as well is my smile. So yeah.
I like it, and I like that the last name goes with it. Nothing wrong paying for a nice smile. We're going through the process. So, give me some inspiration because it's a process. I'm gonna make it down. Okay, so stillborn and infant loss support. What is that? How did it come about?
Yeah, so Stillborn Infant Loss Support is a nonprofit organization. We're based here in the DMV area in Laurel, Maryland. And it was inspired really, and birth is a crazy word to use for it, but it really was birthed through my pain and the birth of my stillborn daughter, Aviana Celine. I carried her for 36 weeks and 4 days, so almost 9 months before I learned that she didn't have a heartbeat. I still did need to deliver her and go through that process, knowing that she wasn't going to be born alive and I wouldn't be able to take her home. And so wanting to, honor her life and support other families and individuals who are on this journey, but really also to show folks that you can move through it, right? You don't move on from it, but you can move through it. You can carry it with you, and you'll make it. And so, just wanting to be an inspiration for those folks that don't have anybody to go to, or those that do have folks to go to, but they may not necessarily understand or be able to relate.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Sorry for your loss. Thank you for using it as a strength to be able to encourage others. Because, the piece of suffering in silence, there's some that have experienced it and don't tell anybody about it. And that's your prerogative. That's your business. When you're ready to talk about it, you can. But as you share your story and be that bold soldier and step out, it encourages somebody else of, if she can make it, I can make it too. I hope, I pray, but then they also can glean from you of what has helped you, and you can give them inspiration and support as well.
Absolutely. And that's my hope, that she and I will guide other folks through this process, because unfortunately many people will face it and we don't want them to face it alone.
Yeah. Which is, I thought it was pretty cool. I was looking and it said SAILS, SAILS. Now, can you share the impact that it's had on the community? And I'll tell you what my thoughts were when I first saw it. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. So we've been in existence now since 2017, but we became an official nonprofit organization in 2019. So we just celebrated 5 years. May 19th is actually our 5-year anniversary. Thank you. And so in that 5-year time frame, we've served over 600 families in 23 states throughout the US and in 7 countries. And we just really want to raise awareness around the issue. And so we've been able to impact those 672 families, actually. But we've been able to honor their babies. We've been able to help cover the cost of cremation or burial, depending on how they decide to lay their baby to rest. And most importantly, we've been able to wrap our arms around those families and really let them know that they're not alone. And as you heard, it extends beyond where we are locally. And so being able to use the internet to comfort and help other families find hope and healing.
Very nice, very nice. When I saw the cells, it's like, as the boat is going, they're selling, and you're picking people up along the way to help them through the process. Some will grab hold, some won't, depending on how they're feeling and how, it has affected them. But you're helping others get to safety. In a safe place of knowing we have your back. We're going to help you through this process. You are loved. You are amazing. Youstoodabomb.com. Yes, this happened, but it doesn't mean it's the end of the end. I love this. I like it. Very nice.
And it's funny that you mentioned that, because that is the inspiration behind the design of the logo. It's a sailboat. My daughter's silhouette is in that head sail because she is guiding us. And then underneath of the boat, you see the water. And so the visual for the logo is to help families ride the waves of grief. So, yeah.
And I didn't even see you. Look at that. I like it. In tune. We in tune. Yeah, this is awesome. Congratulations on this. It's so dope. I mean, just to be able to help somebody else. Did you always see yourself, maybe not in this magnitude, because this is not what you saw happening, but was it always your dream to be of support to others? Was it just a no-brainer when it did happen?
It definitely was a dream to always support others. I've been working in a nonprofit space for over 20 years. So it's just been in my blood. I've never worked in a corporate environment. Well, for 2 months, and I didn't like it. So I've never gone back. But it's always been in my blood to help people, to inspire and encourage folks. And then with such a pain, like that was the most painful, it still is to date, the most painful experience I've ever had. And so now that I know how deep it cuts into your soul, really, you know, and how it impacts you, it's been my mission, one, to help myself, because the more that I can share and inspire people, it encourages me as well as encourages them. So it gives us both a reason to keep going. And so that's kind of where I draw the strength from.
And that's the realness of it. Like, even in going through, like, you know, to be able to help somebody else, it's like, wait, I still need help myself. So how do you find that strength to go forward when you're like, in between?
Yeah, so I am so pro therapy. So that's the first thing. I've been in therapy for years, and people say, oh, you need to stop going, or there's an end. There really isn't an end, because life continues to happen. You continue to have challenges and figure out new ways to cope and handle the challenges that come before you. And so one thing is therapy. Because it is oftentimes re-traumatizing to share my story again. But like I mentioned to you, I don't like it. It hurts, but I think it's necessary. I know that it's necessary. So between therapy and prayer, because He's the strength that I have when I have no strength at all. I know that it's not me. It's in His power that I'm able to do this. Because if it were for me, I'd be balled up somewhere in the corner, being able to make it. But through His strength and therapy, and my family and friends, they're very supportive. They encourage me. They check on me. They know that I'm a helper and a caregiver for everybody else. So they'll check in and see how I'm taking care of myself. I'm trying to work out, drink my water, mind my business, and get my rest.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Therapy, you know, music to my ears. I try to normalize the importance of us addressing it, because a lot of times we think we're doing good. We're just shuffling and bustling and doing this thing day after day, and not realizing, hey, a little bit of me is diminishing away. How can I address this? How can I process this? And like you said, therapy never ends. Just like your car, you always need to get something done to your car. So you want to be able to always get those check-ins as needed. Just make sure everything is going well as needed. And just to talk, because you'll find that you'll go and you'll be like, yeah, because this happened the other day. And then you find out, oh, it really bothered me more than I thought it did, you know? So friends, if you are listening, we do recommend therapy if you need somebody to talk to, talking to a professional. Because I saw the post the other day, you can't vent to everybody. And that's never been more true than more true. Because you go to tell them, and sometimes they don't have the capacity. And it's no fault of their own. It's not their speed. You go to a therapist, so they have the capacity to support and help you process through what it is that you're going through.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it. I love it. And thank you for friends and family and those that are around to be able to support, because they in the corner balled up somewhere. I got that t-shirt. I had to rip it up myself, you know, because life and gets overwhelming, and we're trying to do the best we can every day. So yes, you got this done. You're doing amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So since you just celebrated anniversary of the birthing, how would you say it's grown since the inception? Like from day one to now, what has been that process?
Oh, I'll say, so first, I'm in our office space now. So it used to be in the basement of my home, which I still have my basement office, because I never despised humble beginnings. I know where I came from. We started, you know, in the basement office, and just, you know, reaching out on the internet and just, you know, pounding the pavement, trying to get sponsors and donors. And so we've grown from being in the office space at home in the basement and not being able to see a client because it was my personal home, to being in a office suite where we have a conference room and an open space where we can conduct groups and things of that nature. And then in that 5 years, we've raised over $140,000. Thankfully to our community, a large portion of that are individual donors and supporters. And so we're grateful that folks see the need for support for families going through this. And then again, even our team is from all over. We have folks from Texas. We have people that are here local to Maryland. We've had board members from North Carolina, and Florida. And so just being able to grow and stretch beyond our limits and help those families. And I like to always mention that even though we supported 672 families, when you think about that's the one person who reached out for support. But once that one person received the support they needed, think about all the people that are tied to that one person, whether it's a spouse or a partner, siblings, aunts, uncle. Like you can go beyond and see the ripple effect of having the support for that one person. And so we've touched hundreds and thousands of lives.
Very nice. Kudos. I like it. The humble beginnings from the basement to the office to the conference room. Y'all doing it. Go ahead, y'all. And the dopeness of, because it is such a unique lane that's not talked about often. When somebody comes out, people like jump on it, like, yes, we need somebody to talk to about this. So that's really dope and cool that you've been able to continue to outreach. What will you say is the biggest accomplishment to date thus far with your organization?
I would say that the biggest accomplishment to date would be probably reaching those 7 countries like the UK, Ethiopia. I mean, just thinking about being here in the little old town of Laurel, is 4 miles wide, and being able to reach beyond the walls and the limits and raise awareness. Like our following is over 5,000 people. It's not a whole lot when you think about it. However, it's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. That's more than one. That's a lot. Can you say that again? We got a lot of followers. We got a lot of followers.
We have thousands. And just think about the conversations that they're having that they would not have had it not been a platform or an opportunity to broach the topic and giving them that. So even being able to have those conversations is one of the huge things that we like to see.
I love it. I love it. So in thinking of pregnancy and loss, because some people think that maybe it's not happening as often, it's not being reported as often. What are some statistics around it in the U.S.?
Yeah. So I would share, and this comes from the CDC. You can look it up on the CDC's website. 1 in 4 pregnancies and a loss. Oftentimes we hear 1 in 4 and we think 1 in 4 women, but it's 1 in 4 pregnancies because unfortunately some women suffer and go through multiple pregnancy losses. So it's 1 in 4 pregnancies and then a loss. And that loss could be a miscarriage, an ectopic pregnancy, and 1 in 160 pregnancies and then a stillbirth. So a stillbirth is, that's the other thing I should clarify. So a miscarriage is anything less than 20 weeks. If you're less than 20 weeks pregnant, it's a miscarriage. Anything over that is considered a stillbirth. So if you carry for longer than that, it's based on the gestation. And so 1 in 160 pregnancies and in a stillbirth. And then, when we think about people that look like you and I in our community, Black women are more than twice as likely to have a stillbirth than our white counterparts. So when you look at that, the likelihood of us having a miscarriage or a stillbirth, and then the challenges with accessing mental health within the Black community, and or finding someone who's culturally competent that looks like you and I that can understand and relate, that adds, layers to that. And so those are some of the statistics. And each year it's gone down now in the US. It used to be 25,000 babies are stillborn. It's down to 21,000, but 1 is too many. So
that's big. One of the therapy piece of finding somebody that can relate to us. Being in the field, there's been times that I've gone out to homes and which I just thank you for coming because somebody else didn't come because the neighborhood that they lived in, right? And kudos to all of the Black and brown clinicians out there that are daily hitting the pound to be able to support others that are going through. But even in the doctor world, the medical world, going to the doctor, I've talked with several who have had challenges being able to advocate for themselves because something is going on and they feel like something is wrong. They're like, oh, you'll be okay. Though we are strong, we still bleed, we still cry, we still hurt. And when we're expressing that, we need the professionals to be able to hear us and be able to support us effectively in what it is that we're going through. Because sometimes some things get overlooked, not intentionally on our part. We're saying, hey, you see me, I need help. And sometimes they don't get it. So I do hope that, this even makes it to the ears of those that they could be like, let me be a little bit more open. Let me be a little bit more receptive to what they're saying because they are the expert of their bodies. I'm just here to help them connect the dots of what's trying to get out of, order.
Yeah, and being able to recognize it, like it's okay if you cannot relate or there's some bias there. I think being able to recognize that and tag somebody else in that can navigate that space better than you if you find yourself in that position as a clinician or a practitioner.
Yeah. And you as a patient, just because you go to somebody who had that bad experience doesn't mean that's the end of your. Please go to somebody else. Just like you go to the restaurant and you know which waitresses you want and don't want. Just like you go to the McDonald's across the way because the one around the corner ain't right. I mean, Chick-fil-A always right in my book. I don't know. I mean, but you have our preferences and things and stuff. But just as you do those things, you want to be able to advocate for yourself. If you feel like the person at the car shop was getting over on you, you're getting a second opinion. So you want to make sure you're getting that second opinion. You don't have to stay with that person if you're feeling uncomfortable. It's not a good gel. Yeah. However, if it's a therapist and they are pushing you and challenging you to be a better version of you, sister and brother, please just sit there a little while longer. I'm saying if it's really like, no, this is not it. This is not should be. You can't get no peace. You can't go to sleep. We need to, reevaluate. But yes, I love that.
Yeah, that's important though. That's good that, like you mentioned, them pushing you, because that's the part of therapy that's uncomfortable. If you go to therapy all the time and you feel great every single time and there's not a level of discomfort, you might want to check in to see like, okay, what am I not disclosing? What am I avoiding? Is this a good match? But there should be levels of discomfort during your session.
Absolutely. It's funny. One of my close friends is in school to be a therapist. I'm like, you sure you want to do this, girl? This is something, not for the faint of heart. And in the class, you have to normally do like a session with someone and you record it and things like that. And now when I was in school and I did it, I was the one that gave them holy hell because I wanted to perform. I was an actress, okay? But, with her, I'm trying to like be nice, and be genuine in the moment for her because it's new for her. And we were talking about something random. And then I started talking about something else. And she was like, oh, you want to look into that more? No, I do not. I want to talk about this now because it gets real, right? And if you want to, make it through the hump of things that have happened that should have taken us out, you have to talk to that man in the mirror to do those changes and to be, to have gone through something that you've gone through, that takes a lot to really have to now bring up all the feelings of what you thought would happen, how you thought it would be. And now it's different. Our fantasies and our dreams and our aspirations, in a sense, gets crushed a little bit. And you got to now rebuild. That could be so hard. But friends, if you go to somebody to talk, I promise it's a benefit once you get through that process.
Yeah. And I think for you as a clinician, you'll recognize that. And a lot of people don't, like you just mentioned, the hopes and the dreams. And that's really a lot of what it boils down to when we lose our babies, whether it's at 1 week pregnant or 10 weeks or 9 months. It's the hopes and the dreams that are lost that we have for that child and for our family as we plan for it to grow. And now it's no longer doing that.
Because, baby, it's enough going on in the world, right? So for you to finally get to the place where you probably had a baby, and then, like, what you have brought, going into the store and going around that section, can you share some words of encouragement for those that maybe having that experience of it didn't work out, and now I got to go in the store, and every time I go in the store, they got the nerve to have a baby section in the front. Or I thought I diverted it, but then dang on, I found something and they brought it back because memories or different things can trigger. How could one get support with that?
Yeah, I think the first thing that I would have folks think about is getting a kind of like a spokesperson, if you will, because when it happens, you don't want to keep telling people over and over, this happened. They're going to ask you because you probably have shared your news. So for getting a spokesperson, whether it's your partner, your spouse, a really close friend that can share with people, or you can say, hey, call so-and-so and let them kind of filter those conversations and things for you to keep you out of that. And that person can also help you unsubscribe from some of these big. I wish there was one central place where you could go and unsubscribe from all these baby mailings and things when you lose your baby. There isn't, as far as I know right now. So having somebody be the point person to unsubscribe for you. And it's okay to say no. You don't have to go to the baby shower. You don't have to go in that store, and really checking in with yourself that if it makes you feel uncomfortable, it's okay to do something else. You don't have to justify it for anybody else. You don't have to explain it to anybody else. You don't have to say anything. Just don't go. That's one of the things that, I would definitely recommend is being true and checking in with yourself and finding a peer support. When I say peer, someone else that is on this journey, because you don't have to explain. If someone, when I talk to moms, they don't have to tell me what they're feeling or what they think. I have a pretty good idea. So they don't have to keep saying it and explain to me why they're not going to the shower, why they're not going to the family reunion. But if it's someone where they haven't experienced it, then you feel the need to explain. And that can be difficult, especially in the beginning.
It is, you know, and then sometimes I got like some friends and we'll talk and I'll go to say, I'm like, nope, I'm with the other one here because I'm not trying to tell the story because everyone times. But having that spokesperson is so big because it's a lot. Because everybody got all these questions. And then what happened? And then what you do? And da-da-da, how do you feel? Sometimes it's the ministry of silence and presence. Just being there and being quiet because you don't always know how you feel in the moment. And you might be feeling like good. They're like, oh, she's too happy. What you mean I'm too happy? I can't cry. I can't, you know, leave me alone, you know? And we want to be careful those times because we can push somebody to the edge and they're already close because they're like, what the heck has happened?
Yeah.
You know? So I like that, having a spokesperson to be able to be there to support and help guide conversations that do not disturb is very nice on our phones. Having somebody support, that's a new one for that unsubscribe, because that is big, because they'll be sending you something because they got all the dates and things that like bing, 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 you know, but leave me alone.
Yeah. I hope there's a tech person watching. I'm a Black woman in tech preferably, but you know, I hope there's a tech person watching that could develop something like that to help moms, to help us unsubscribe from all of the things that she'll be.
Yes. I gotta see if I know somebody in tech, because this is a good one, you know, not just for that, but other stuff. Because it takes me so long to unsubscribe from stuff that I didn't even know that I subscribed to. They're just sending me coupons. I ain't never even been to them places, but you know, sorry. Tech support, if y'all out there, we're asking for your services, so please come on over. Because again, it's the things that you don't even think of because you're just randomly going into your email and it's like. Then you don't know what you wanted the email for. You want to just kind of leave your email and go on about your day. So I get it. So cool. Yes. How you said you do groups and things there, so how can one connect with your groups and programs?
Yeah, so we offer our 8-week grief recovery support group in person and virtually. So if you go to our website at bornintosilence.org, you can register for the 8-week grief support group virtually or in person. And for those who are not quite ready for a structured grief recovery group, we have our once a month Lost Moms open hour. It is for women only, for birthing parents. But we meet once a month and you can register through our website for that as well. That's more open and free flowing. And we discuss different coping mechanisms. You get to connect with other moms that are on this journey and kind of share what's working for you. Or you can just sit and listen. Some moms don't turn the camera on. They don't say anything. They just sit. But it's comforting and they may talk in the chat. So those are 2 ways that you can get involved in our groups.
And that's really big because sometimes you'll feel like you go to these virtual events and you have to turn your camera on. That's mostly just at work. If your supervisor's asking you to turn your camera on, it's a lot that goes on with you going on groups and things of that sort, in person, on virtual. If you want to just go and just hear, that's beneficial as well until you feel comfortable in opening up and sharing the story. So again, virtual is great. In person is great, whichever one works best for you. You don't have to go and say anything. You're just going there to get support, being amongst others that have a common testimony and story of yours. You get to hear how they're working it out. You're like, oh, maybe I should try that. You know, I don't normally open up the curtains until 5. Maybe I should open them up at 9, you know, because it gets some sun in and things like that. So friends, please. Yes, do what works for you. Virtual, in person, on a phone, through our jobs. We have have like employee assistance program, the most underutilized service. It's free for you to talk to somebody. Just go ahead and check it out and see if that works for you. But finding what works for you. But gotta be the bad cop. I get having the shades down does work for you. I get ignoring the world does work for you. I get taking off as many days as you can does work for you. It doesn't work for me. I can't have you doing it gazillion days at a time. So I'm going to push you just a little bit to try to find something that's going to help uplift your spirits, whether it's a one phone call to somebody that you know that can inspire you, a text to somebody that does inspire you, jumping on a Zoom with Silence, that does work for you, born into silence, so that you can get that support, friends. Do not suffer in silence. There are a gazillion programs out here that can help and support you. Please, please, please take a chance on one, or connect somebody that that needs one with one.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you plan to continue to, address this concern and continue to go global to more countries, to more states, to help, cry out loud to those that are experiencing or have experienced pregnancy loss, stillborn, or know somebody that has?
Yeah, so our goal really is to become the leading organization in providing comprehensive support, right? So
leading.
We really want to wrap our arms around these families. So we plan to expand our service to reach more families. We're in the works of pitching a program so that we can help adults and parents and caregivers guide their grieving children, right? Because more than just the parent is involved and impacted by the loss of that baby. And so we're looking at launching a program to help children with loss so that parents have the tools and they're equipped to walk their children through this process as well. And my big vision, it would be nice to have like sales chapters across the US. There might be a sales Florida, a sales New York, a sales Massachusetts. So being in different areas, because while the internet is huge and folks can get support virtually, there are oftentimes a lot of people reaching out to us that are in different states that wish they could come in and meet with people in their local area.
I like it. Yeah. So let's talk about moms. Let's talk about the dads, because they also go through. It's still a process for them. They're excited if it's their first child, 8th child, 25th child. It hurts. Okay. What supports can fathers get from your program?
Yeah. So we actually have a partnership with Sad Dads Club. All of our programming, with the exception of the Lost Moms Open Hour, is open to men. I will share that we don't have a lot of men that participate because the face of what they see are typically women on our websites, even, me and some of our events. So we do have a few men that participate. And then the ones that don't necessarily feel comfortable, even the ones that do, we refer them to the Sad Dads Club. That's a virtual space where men and non-birthing parents can get together. They meet once a week. They have different stories and topics. They gather, I think it's quarterly now. It used to be once a year. They gather quarterly in person for a retreat. And we also have, so one of the things that we have here in the office is a library. And so we have several books that families can request and we'll mail out to them for free. This one's actually getting ready to go out to a father when I leave here today. And so we do have some literature that's helpful for the guys as well.
Very nice, very nice. Mr. H, I thank you for sharing your comments in the comments saying I had to face it alone. I had to be the midwife for the full several hours long labor and delivery because our midwife wouldn't bother coming. Sorry to hear that. And then sharing how you had to make the casket yourself and perform the services. Warm wishes and prayers and love to you in that time. I do encourage you to look into the Sad Dads Club. Because so it could have been some time ago, it could have been yesterday, years ago. There's still some support programs out there to be able to support and assist you, because that can be a lot. That can be a lot.
Yeah, and it's so unfortunate that the brunt of it is on the male, on the partner, and he's expected to be strong for mom. When people are coming in, they're asking, how's mom doing? And there's not a lot of support rallying around dad. And as Mr. H mentioned, sometimes when families go to the hospital and they know the baby is not going to be born alive, they are pushed away and sent back home for a couple of days. They're no longer a priority because their baby isn't living. So they will push other live births ahead of that baby, which is unfortunate. And I don't know if it's ethical, but I would argue that maybe it's not. And so even having more advocacy around that aspect of it, which people haven't talked about or shared. And so send my love and support out to you, Mr. H, your family, your wife, your partner, and hopes that you can connect with Sad Dads Club and check out our website. There's a few videos and some things there as well that hopefully will comfort you during this time and forever, because we carry it forever.
Yes, carry forever. You be hoping that you let it go and find out, here we go again. But that's why the benefit is of reaching out to programs that do support, such as your program and sales. I looked when I was looking at the website to confirm I had the right spelling. I saw the sales. I said, it's so beautiful. Yes. because you're selling and you're helping the people. And again, kudos to you and your program.
Yeah.
Another question for you is, how do you what words of wisdom would you give to those that are like nervous about going into this? That are nervous. But how can we help to inspire and encourage? I don't want to say push them, because I want you to go when you're ready, but I want to encourage you a little bit to let's give it a try.
Yeah, I think definitely reaching out to the virtual support groups. Most of them do not require that you have your camera on. They do not require that you say anything. Try to put yourself around. You don't have to speak, but be around others who are on this journey. And it's not to discount anybody else's experience or testimony in other areas, but it's really unique. Just like any other experience. Oftentimes it's easier to be around folks that can relate. They understand why you haven't showered. They understand why your hair is looking crazy. They understand why you haven't slept in 2 days without you even needing to say anything. So I would encourage them to find some virtual support groups if they're interested. Literature, looking up books. There's a ton of books now online. I didn't have any books when I lost my daughter. I didn't have a whole lot of support. That also was 21 years ago. So some things have changed, not a lot, but some things have changed when it comes to books and literature being available. Reach out to us. I do a lot of peer support. I text. That phone number on our website accepts phone calls and text messages from all over. So feel free to text if you need some peer support, and reach out to a therapist. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be specifically related to the death of your child. I think if you just reach out, sharing that whatever it is you're experiencing and feeling, I've found, and other folks in our groups have found, the death of our child kicks up a lot of other stuff, right? So that is what's happening. And that's what we're dealing with right now. But it kicks up a lot of other emotions and feelings around grief, around loss, around our relationships with our parents. It just rocks a whole bunch of stuff. So even if you're not necessarily sure where you are and how you feel, check in with the therapist and your doctor. If you're not sleeping, it's okay to reach out to your physician to see if you need some aid in getting some rest or getting, whatever it is that you might need. You don't have to tough it out. You don't have to do it alone. It's a lot of different ways that your medical team, your doctor, your therapist can support you as you navigate this. The last thing I would encourage them to do is not to isolate. It's really easy to just withdraw from everything and everybody. Stay connected to at least one or two people. Find one or two people that you can just text or call every day, every other day. Just stay connected.
Yes, so true, so true. And I love that of you sharing how this loss can trigger some other things. And I always tell people, because they'll be like, we going to the front and she better not act the fool. He better not act the fool. So that's not really a fair statement to make, because what happens is when you lose somebody, person, place, or thing, and you lose something else, it triggers all the thoughts that went with it, where you thought that you were over it. You thought that you were, over that hump. It's like, oh, I just slipped back down. So we want to be able to offer support to people at their pace of grieving. Yes, having somebody that they could talk to. I have a friend I try to pull out every so often. Yep, we're going out today. We're not staying in the house. Having somebody to be of support to help you get through and navigate through, sail through that murky water, that dirty water, that cloudy water. Because sometimes you think you're not going to make it, but there is somebody that's around that can throw a lifeline to you.
Yeah.
Throw out the boat, because some of us don't know how to swim, literally and figuratively, and that's not a funny matter either. We want to be able to make sure that you got that. So take some swimming lessons, reach out to somebody that's going to be able to support you and pull you out of that water. This was good. I'm so excited for what you're doing. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to share. And I just want to add one quick thing. I think oftentimes when we go through things, it is important for us, the person who's going through, to reach out and figure out what they need and share and advocate. And sometimes it's not as easy. So I would encourage the people around that person to reach in, right, and to check on them. So even if it's not you that's on this journey, if you know somebody and this makes you think about, oh, I remember so-and-so when they had a miscarriage, or I remember reach out to them, because it is very lonely. We feel very shameful and stigmatized. And sometimes we really don't know what we need. People always say, advocate for well, what if I don't know right now? You know, sometimes you just don't know. So I would encourage people around that person or that family or those people to also reach out and reach in.
Yeah, I like it. Reach out and reach in.
Yeah.
Reach out and reach in. I'm taking that one. I got it. Thanks. Be sure to follow Sadija on Instagram, Born Into Silence, at Born Into Silence. You get to follow. I'm sure she has a link tree there where you connect with everything. Again, you can also go to our website at bornintosilence.org. You'll see the symbol at the top. So you know you have made it to the right spot. You can follow me on Instagram as well at Jen_Cares. It's always a pleasure to be here to host What's Going On, where we talk about what's going on. Be sure to like, comment, and share. This was some great information that was shared, and we may know somebody that's dealing with it. We may not know somebody that's dealing with it, but guess what? When we share it, they get to find out, oh, I'm not alone. I can get some support. Oh, I like this. So friends, be sure to share. I do thank each and every one of you for joining us today. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, so that you always know when we're going live. There's a tongue twister. But until next time, this has been really, really cool. If you have any questions, be sure to drop them down below. I'm sure Sadija will see them so she can check in and give you some more resources. But also hit up her DM on Instagram so that you can get some support and get connected. Also look in your neighborhood. Google. They're around. They can help you out. Find what works for you, but find something, okay? This was so good. Thank you again so much for joining us. May you have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Yes.
I would like to encourage you to become a part of the CTR Media Network. They have set a new standard of podcasting. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and they are a network that supports their podcasters. They provide a platform for you to grow individually as well as professionally. It is a network of entrepreneurs, of everyday people doing extraordinary things. It is because of the CTR Media Network that Sweet Blessings is being distributed all over the world and on all of the major podcast shows and television. Thank you, Dr. Ramsey.
Into your content. That could work for certain people. I think so other people that may not, it just may seem like they're pandering to the algorithm. What I was going to say is that this guy's content, Spidey's content, it's good to do a rebuttal or that what Tanji was talking about. That can help your content grow. So you can use a Spidey or expert like that, a subject matter expert that you may not agree with. You could have to screen, do a duet to have to screen. Let them say what they're going to say, and then you say what you're saying back to them. And you could get 100,000, 1 million views off of Spidey's content. You were just doing a 2-minute. Shout out to YouTube for now.
Martin broke up.
Oh, sorry.
But while Martin's broke,
you broke. I can see Martin.
Okay.
You frozen, Sheree.
Yeah, you're
what's going on?
No.
But to shout out to YouTube because they have a 3-minute. They now have 3-minute shorts. So you now can do shorts for 3 minutes, and that will be enough time for you to really let Spidey say what he said, duet to Spidey, and then now you got this maybe viral content, and it has your authentic statement, but it also is using Spidey's content.
And not only that, and you taking his audience too. He got 1.6 million viewers, so you hack into his audience too. You borrow his audience for some views right now. So it's definitely a good time, and I don't fall even for like comedians or people that just trying to get a reaction and they doing all these videos. It's great content to do it on because it's things people are talking about right now. But I just don't want us to lose focus. I'm saying when I'm saying it about the content part and versus the real life media, what they put into our head, that's just something where I see the difference on, and I think we're going to get, we're going to come to a point where not just for content, but to let people know, someone's, what they did and what they didn't do versus Like, well, we don't know what Trump did, right? We didn't get into the courts, right? But depending what station you listen to when you watched, you hear different versions of all these different cases. But the bottom line, he's not in jail, right? And that's all you would know at the end of the day. So these kids, they'll never know when it's like history is told, they'll never know that Trump was in prison or Trump went to jail or he was arrested or stuff like that. Because that's not going to keep going and going and going. So that's all.
I think they'll know, but I also think it's kind of like the whole thing that the victor, you know, the hunter gets to tell the tale. You know, it's not the lion that he hunted. And I also think it's important to remember your personal sphere. Like there's this thing going viral for Tashina Arnold saying that, you know, she feels like that Black men get pounced on, but that when it comes to other races that they're not held accountable. Well, she also is famous, and she, you know, has been in Hollywood for decades. So I don't know how much her personal view of the world is affecting what she's seeing, because she might not see people in her personal sphere, you know, not doing deals with white people, and she might not see them being blackballed the way that any of us would even know that that's a thing. But on the national sphere, a lot of the things, like if you ask a white person who this not A-list but B-list rapper is, that a lot of
Jaguar Wright, if they asked him before the Piers Morgan interview, they would never know who Jaguar Wright was.
and vice versa. A lot of Jaguar Wright's fans probably don't necessarily know who Piers Morgan is. And so, yeah, people are going to get vilified because the people who loved them and supported them feel betrayed. So when Harvey Weinstein, I didn't really know that much about Harvey Weinstein, and I've been around entertainment my entire life. So, but people who are into his thing and into him and have supported him and were fans of him, then they had a big reaction and felt betrayed. But a lot of Black people may not have even known who he was to care. But people love R. Kelly. They've supported him. They've bought his tickets. They've downloaded his songs. The same thing for Diddy. I think a lot of it, I absolutely know that there is systemic. Yes, there is racism. This country has a horrible, evil history with racism. Absolutely. And we also need to understand, when is it something that's okay, well, these people just aren't into that, and these people aren't into that. We definitely need to fix the racism in this country. Absolutely. But whether this was a story about race, whether this was a story about something else, I think it's important to know, okay, so here's your point of view. But the world that Tashina Arnold lives in is not the world that most of her followers and fans live in every day. And so the stories that she's talking about, they might not even be aware of. The white people or other racist stories that she's like, why weren't they vilified? People who love Everybody Hates Chris.
I don't know who Garth Brooks. I don't follow Garth Brooks. I only find out because 10. But here's the thing: 10 did tell me about it. So the difference to me with the Tanisha Arnold stuff is that they don't have a 10G in their life. Like, they don't have a person that's saying, "Hey, Martin, you might want to check this out." A ton of people come to me and say, "Hey, Martin, did you see so-and-so?" And I'm like, I don't see everything. So I'm like,
but this is what she's trying to get across, and I think you're both kind of missing it from her angle, right? What she's trying to get across is, when that happens to Garth Brooks, you're not going to see all the posting on all that stuff from his people. But when that happens to one of our people that we love, musicians, actors, famous person, we're gonna pounce on them. They're not gonna do that on their side. That's the thing.
You know why? That's a good point.
They're not gonna make you aware.
You know why?
Why?
Because we love hard. They don't. That's all I'm saying.
Well, who does it hurt? It hurts all people. That's all.
We don't have the heroes. We don't have, so that it hurts us more. That's why I say that it's in the reverse of the Black Eyed Peas versus YouTube.
Yeah, but you got to remember too, what also plays into it, and this is what I keep trying to drum in. The media plays a part in that part as well. What they're going to showcase on TV. If I look on, and I can look on tons of websites, even TMZ I looked at today earlier, and they might have had 20 Diddy stories in 2 Garth Brooks stories. You know, so it just, you know, and the shows, and guess what? The picture they had at Garth Brooks, one of them, you know what the photo was? Him holding his wife's hand walking. The image, you know, so it's a big difference, man.
So I agree. The imagery now, the image, if you look at it and you see that, oh, the imagery is a vastly different, then that's different. That's controllable, and that wouldn't be
right. And that's a big difference.
So, what's your? I think we should jump into our key takeaways for folks. With I'll concede that for sure. Like that the imagery, we have a huge problem with imagery overall for people of color in this country. I mean, that's why the images you won't see on TV, that Instagram channel is so important. Positive Black images you won't see on TV. Hip Hop Truth, we are passionate about needing to see more positive and uplifting images of color, you know, out there, because it isn't balanced. That the imagery has never been balanced. Even like the whole, I forgot the guy. I mean, we see right now with them pushing the Haitian story and trying to like vilify people with no case, no charges, no indictment, nothing anywhere, and vilify an entire race, which is like insane, and then vilify an entire country and vilify people who likely, you know, everyone I've heard, they say they came here to work and to work hard, and I, you know, have Haitian friends that have families and all that they're like, that their relatives came here to work hard.
Look at the image. Look at the image when he got sued and he got thing for.
Hold it real close to the camera. Hold it real close so we can see it really close.
Hand in hand, showing him and his wife together.
So they're saying the days before, but the story is about him and her. It's the story about him and her being so lovey-dovey before this rape lawsuit.
Right. But see, that image alone, you know, it shows a loving family, him holding his wife's hand and walking and stuff like that. Whereas a headline or something like that, when they want to vilify another person, it's going to be you looking crazy, or, you know, they put the pictures to match the story they want to highlight, basically. With how they want to.
We have to be even with the imagery. We do like that. That's yeah. It has to be. It has to be.
Somebody's take on that now. As soon as the first time they read that, and everybody, your eyes go to photos as you're reading because you're skimping. You know, so it's just like, oh, he's married, he's with his wife. You know, somebody's accusing him, but that can't be right. Days before, he was just with his wife, holding hands, and they're such a loving couple, and you know, so all that plays in. It's the same thing. Like soon as something happens, the first good image you want to see is somebody outside walking their dog, because it makes them seem homely, wholesome, and stuff like that. That's all little tricks and stuff that they put out there, and the people don't know.
What do you think, Martin? On the image front.
Yeah,
Mike left for a reason. But I think that sometimes you have that, but I think that it's a larger issue what we're talking about. To me, with all three men that we're talking about are Black, R. Kelly, Cosby, and Diddy. It's bigger than, like, I hear what you're saying, Tim, and it's almost like, go back to what's the guy, Rock Hudson. It's that era of you can block out the negativity and you can keep Rock Hudson's LGBTQ status under wraps. But you got the thing for me is, but here's the thing for me in general is it's power. And so, but here's the other side of the power thing is that all three of these men, for me, are horrible, despicable individuals. That's my personal belief. That's nothing to do with evidence or what have you. So if I have that belief, I don't care what 10G says. I don't care what TMZ says. I have my belief. And this is where it gets really interesting with a society that we have freedom in. Is like, I'm free to believe how I feel. The media isn't making Martin believe that Bill Cosby's bad. What I believe that he did is bad. And then he said, this is the other thing that I don't understand with Black people. People say stuff years before, and I already hated him years before because he said we, the poor blacks, were bringing Rob down. There wasn't. So I already have a dislike of him. It's not the media event. He verbally said it. Like I didn't, and he said it at the Kennedy Center. He didn't say it, in some hush hush. And then, I'm just gonna go with another person that said they want to cut off our former president's genitals. He said that on camera. Like, so I have a distrust of that person because they verbally said, nobody else cued them to say it. Nobody lied on them. They did it. So people like me who have that angle, we may only be 10% or 20% of the population. But guess what? We're verbal. And we're 50 now. And we, Tenji, we impact how other people think. The media, yes, does its little part, but a lot of the people you're talking about that didn't get a fair, the kid that gets arrested and he doesn't have a lawyer and gets bail, he doesn't get bail and all that stuff. When we hear that story, that's a different scenario. But when a person had power and they chose to do X, Y, and Z on their power, that's all I would say. So I think the energy matches their I think it's matches. I don't see the what do you call it? Innocent until proven guilty scenario. I see the guilty and prove that they're innocent because they did stuff already. It wasn't a situation where, they were just walking down the street, minding their business. So we bring the same energy. I think that we don't give ourselves credit for bringing the Sandra Bland or Brittany, the sister that was killed in her bed. We bring that same energy to the right situation, but we bring that same energy to the wrong situation too. So it's not an injustice. What Miss Arnold said is false. It's a false equivalency because we do show up. When someone's choked to death in front of us in our eyes, we show the F up and we show out. But when someone who had privilege and power and they do something stupid on their own, not because they were forced to, they weren't duped into it. They literally believe that they were right in saying this thing. We come with the same energy.
Okay.
Yeah, people were Breonna Taylor, that people were beyond outdone, but that's what I'm saying. I think it gets into where people reacting from, where are they living in their life every day, right? And a lot of people know and love some Black people know and love somebody living a life somewhat similar to Breonna Taylor. We all have cousins that are law-abiding citizens that work, like a job's not that different than hers. And it's like, yo, that could have been her, your loved one. And again, if you don't know if you're not even, you don't care who Garth Brooks is, you don't have any interest in him from a consumer standpoint.
Now that I know it, I'm going to bring the same energy to Garth Brooks, though. That's the other thing, too. I'm going to be talking about this case for, I think that there's a 10G in my life that says, yo, Negro, bring that same energy over here. You got the energy over there. I'm like, yeah, okay.
That's part of why Harvey Weinstein thing went the way it did, because it did get known about a lot, near COVID, and everybody was like, yo. So when people found out the stuff about him, they were outraged. They weren't like, oh, he's good. He's okay. Give him a pass.
They gave him, he got overturned, right?
But people were still outraged.
He got overturned.
But what you're saying is that the government, so I think one of the things that's difficult is that we're having a multi-layered conversation in a simplistic circle. So the government response is one, the media response is another one, and the community response is another one. And yes, they do intercede, but being honest, our community, we don't impact the government's decision to go against things. That's power and privilege. However, we can embarrass the government enough that they have to do something. But think about how many times those judges, those what do you call it, the rich guys, they got off, on some horrible rape or anything else, and the community, it wasn't Black community, the white community outvoted that judge next time he came up for a judgeship. They let the rich kid walk. Those judges went out, but we helped push the story up about, look, it's two different justice departments, or it's two different justice systems. So I think that sometimes we beat ourselves up for not doing enough, and other times we're not realistic about what we can do. Like we, so it's like, come on, can black people can we catch a break? Can we
Yeah, so it's like, who is her tweet talking to? Is her tweet talking to the
she
government?
Tweet that was a media person that, and so I think to Tenji's ultimate point is people are making money off of this situation, and look at all the different pieces to understand before you just go and grab a position, right? I already had my position before any media. So the person that posted that was a media outlet, online outlet. So she didn't verbally go to Twitter and say, look at this. Now there have been others that have though, and we've seen them, YouTube and Instagram, who said stuff for Cosby, Diddy, and the reaction was immediate, the opposite.
Yeah, she said it on the Real Mike Media. So, or that's who put it out. They put out her quote, and then the other guy tweeted it again later. But Harvey Weinstein, my understanding is that he is still in jail, and that they're trying to extradite him to Los Angeles to try to charge him with something else. So it's not like anyone is going, well, that's okay. No,
they just do it a different way. It's just like you get over. We get you out of this. Don't worry about it. Just stay in here for a little bit, and then they'll forget about it because nobody's tweeting and nobody's putting out content about it, and it's gonna go away. And then we just slide you through like you didn't know. You didn't know they overturned it, did you? You didn't know. You didn't hear about it.
Well, I had heard that. I did hear it was overturned, but I also thought that he was in jail.
Yeah, I heard that immediately. They were outraged.
That was a big news. That was a big news story. It was big news.
But see, the difference is, you're both of you aren't the average. You're not the 100%. You're the 2%, 1%. You're gonna understand that part. But the average person, it's going right behind. They don't know anything about it.
So I think that's a good tip for content creators, right? Like it's a big deal. I think we keep coming up. So y'all like thank y'all for watching the show and watching it this far in. It's so important to know your audience, to know where your audience is at, and what amount of information they likely have access to about a story when it comes out, so that when you, as your brand and who you are, go and try to serve them, you're serving them in a way that is relevant to the amount of information that they have about that story. You're not trying to talk to them in a way that they would really need to have information as an insider, or they would need to have information as a corporate executive, or information as a lawmaker might have. For your audience, if you're serving them about a story that's viral, such as this Diddy situation, or anything else that's going on in the world, it's really important to know your audience and to consider what amount of information that they likely already have access to, and how is your brand going to be relevant to what you're going to say.
Can I add one thing? And I'm not just wanted to remind y'all. Remember Johnny Depp? Remember that case?
Yeah.
Remember all the evidence that came up? Remember she went to the hospital for the black eye and all that stuff? Right? You don't remember she had a black eye and she had all that stuff, right? Okay. Just want y'all to remember. Nothing's happening to him. He gets big endorsement deals now.
So do you think that if his story had unfolded the exact same way that Diddy's has unfolded, that he would be still well received and well welcomed by the world? With the video and everything, the video of the beating?
I guess my main, what I'm not trying to, okay, so you didn't catch on what I was saying then.
That's what I'm trying to understand. Are you trying to say it's not fair? Are you trying to say,
I mean, the video that got shown to the world, not the evidence that we haven't seen, but the thing that we all saw with our eyes.
The overall narrative of this is power from the big liquor company. This is when you
screw over a sponsor, you get screwed over.
Yeah, I don't care how big you are.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
You're never big as you're not big as people who have influence and power and money all together.
So no matter how evil your crime is, if you don't screw over the sponsor, then you're okay.
Yeah.
And so the challenge to that is that that's not fair, and that's not the world people want to live in. So that's the thing. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying it's a reality, and I'm trying to explain to you that while it may be a reality, the reason you're not seeing people, that's not something they want to focus on. They don't want to focus on the fact that there are puppeteers who are pulling strings that affect all of us.
Yeah.
So that's the reality, and that's the situation.
I'll just say it like this. I'll say it like this. Like I'm not condoning anything that Diddy has done, right? Which is, like I said, that domestic violence. There's no place for that. I got daughters. I got granddaughters. It's nothing with that. What I'm just saying is, if he didn't mess with those powerful people and put that lawsuit out and do all that stuff, we would not be seeing this right now at the level that we're seeing this at with him. That's all.
And I agree on that. That I agree on. So, but the challenge is that it doesn't change the fact that he did what he did. Right. You know what I'm saying? So that's the challenge. The challenge is that yes, we wouldn't see it, but he still would be the same. You know, he would still have the same predictions, the same issues. I mean, even that's something we don't talk about that I find ridiculous. Because I know I could not show up at UCLA, take a dumbbell, a kettlebell, and hit a white man in the head with it. I couldn't do that. There's no way that Martin Pratt could go, not just UCLA, I can go to Georgia State. I couldn't I'm sorry, cursing. I couldn't go to, community college and do that to a basketball coach. But Diddy did it. And immediately, to your point, Ted, immediately 2 football coaches came out and said, he was a little angry, forgive him. Mm-hmm. His son is on lacrosse, but he really plays for us. So, and then what did LA County do? They immediately changed from assault to a misdemeanor. And he paid $450,000 to the lacrosse coach. If you see the lacrosse coach, he looks like Jason Statham. Like the lacrosse coach could have really done some damage to Diddy. So he had to, quote unquote, so it wasn't a fair fight, we'll say, right? So there's a lot about that case, that one case.
But here's the thing, you even talking about that, Mark. Most people don't even know about that case because they didn't publicize that.
They did. It went viral for a week. It went for,
for a week, right? That's how you do it. Yeah. It comes as a blur, and you think it, and if you don't remember.
No, Tim. When I say immediately, the next day, his case. No, Tim. You and I could not get our charges dropped.
Right.
They dropped his charges. The government, the people you're talking about, the LA County Prosecutor's Office issued a statement. We're not charging Mr. Combs with assault. It's a class whatever misdemeanor. He's going to pay a fine. Bro, that's not fair.
Yep.
So that's strange.
We have to remember how he was treated before the Cassie video came out. It was not anywhere near like it is now. There was a case, there was a lawsuit, there was all of that. And even though he settled the next day, and a handful of people were like, yo, that looks like guilty behavior. It went away, and it would have gone away. Like it was not anywhere near what it is. I mean, we're similar effect with George Floyd. People,
bros came in. I said until the powerful bros came in.
People seeing somebody dehumanize another human being in front of them, or being confronted with nearly irrefutable evidence that has been a consistent situation is, I mean, that's a game changer, and it should be a game changer. It should be.
Sharice, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna go because we gotta end this. Just think about this. I really want you to think about this. The feds, they had that tape. They've been had that tape, right? Who do you think gave it to CNN?
I hear all of that, and hip hop truth and extension. I have my thoughts and my questions, but what is irrefutable? Because what I do know happened is that he was treated one way before that tape came out by the entire public space. As a black man, as a rich black man, he was treated one way before that videotape came out. Whether they had it or not had it, the way he was treated changed after people saw with their own eyes him dragging a woman down the street. And I think we owe it to women to have the red flags up here. That's up for if you are in an unhealthy situation or if you're in an unhealthy relationship. Those are the red flags to look for. As we continue to close out, the National Domestic Abuse Hotline will be up as well. If you need help, please pause the video there and get it. But go ahead, Tenji.
No, you're right. No, I agree with you.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't know where the tape came from. I'm not, but what I do know is that he was treated.
I'm happy the tape came out. I don't care where it came from. See, that's the other part of this. There's another part of our community that I want to know the truth. Just like I want to know the truth about who in the Justice Department is pulling strings. I want to know the truth about who LA County Prosecutor's Office pulls strings for him. I want to know we're going to do an equal society. We're going to do equal society for everybody. We're not going to do equal society just for Black power people and not Black poor people.
Why can't we get the tapes of Trump stuff that comes out and stuff? You know, they don't want him in office, so they don't do things. We don't get that.
But when you say we, you say,
people,
you say
people, the people.
Well, we do know they exist. So
if there are more,
Omarosa's the only one. Nobody reports what Omarosa says. There's tapes. She said there's 2 tapes.
Yeah. If there are more tapes of people dehumanizing other human beings of any color, then please, and on either side, like we need it. Like that needs to stop. It needs to stop being protected. It's evil. It's evil, and it's not okay. Not from a white man, from a Black man, a Puerto Rican man, from any or a woman. It's not okay.
Like Ellen, thank God that people know about Ellen.
We gotta wrap it up.
Thanks for rocking with us, y'all. We see y'all. Talk with us next time.
Hello, and welcome back to another episode of our Business Spotlight with SwagHer Magazine and Media. Today we have a dynamic speaker. Her name is Monica Rivera. She is a podcaster and the founder of You Want to Do What? I'll bring her on so she can tell you all about her business and hopefully give you some tips and some guides and instructions on how to build a successful business. Hello.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here with you.
I'm happy too. It took us a while to get here, but I'm excited for us to finally be able to meet and to talk about all the wonderful things you're doing in your business.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So before we get started with my questions, I know that you've been in corporate marketing for over 20 years. So just tell us a little bit about what you're doing now with your business and what exactly is You Want to Do What?
Yeah, so You Want to Do What is the idea that kept coming to me, or the question that kept coming to me when I was in the middle of my corporate career and thinking that I wanted to do something else. I had a stable career, I had a nice title, but I kept thinking there's more that I want to do. And so You Want to Do What was the thought that kept coming to me. And so that became the name of the company because a lot of other people, I think, have that same thought. So what I do, as you mentioned, my name is Monica Rivera. I am a personal brand strategist and communications coach, which is just a fancy way of saying, have you ever known someone who is the best kept secret? They have so much talent, so much expertise, if only more people knew what they did. And so essentially that is what I help my clients do. And when I go into corporations and communities and help people do, which is to build a personal brand around their story, their expertise, and their talent.
Okay, I love that. And so I know you said you kept thinking, that you wanted to do something else. But was there like a pivotal moment or something that happened that actually made you say, you know what, let me leave and go ahead and get started? Like, how did you go from corporate America to business ownership?
So honestly, it was really a collection of moments, which I think happens for a lot of us. So to take a step back, the way I even had gotten into my career is I'm a first-gen Latina, grew up, born and raised in the Bronx, with a mindset of choose a stable career, don't rock the boat, all of those things that happened. And when I became a teenager, I was about 16 years old when my mom passed away. And then eventually my biological family passed away within the next 7 years. So I was really on my own. By the time I graduated college, it was all up to me to figure out where I was going to sleep, where was I going to live, like what did life look like, because I didn't have that safety net. So my career really came out of survival. So all those lessons that I thought my parents were annoying with and all of that about, stability and not to do anything creative and all of that really ended up becoming really important to me later on, because I needed to take care of myself. And so when I say it's a culmination of moments, I think what eventually led me to that place was being able to say, one, I'm okay. I've created safety for myself, and whatever safety meant for me at the time, which was feeling like I had enough money in savings, that emergency savings account that they talk about. I had had a career where I learned enough skills that I felt like I can transfer this to different places. And really, it was just that moment of stepping back to say, I think I'm safe now, which took a long time to feel like that. And then also realizing that so much of my career had been built upon survival and not really from choice.
And that's really deep, because a lot of us are still living in survival mode and don't realize it, and don't realize that a lot of our decisions are based off of that. And just thinking about how your life would change if you could just live in the moment, and it's not always a struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I would say to keep it 100, I still default sometimes to that struggle mentality, because it was so much of my life. It was like more than half of my life of feeling like I just wanted to keep up, or I just didn't want to fall behind. And that thought of like, am I going to be okay? Am I going to be in a van down by the river? Like that old school SNL skit, right? Like you still think like, is this all going to go away? And it was a very real thing. And it takes a lot of courage. It took me a lot of years before I actually executed on any of the things that I wanted to do, because I had so much self-doubt and conditioning from how I had raised and from all of my experiences that really put me in this place of my brain wanted to do something, but it almost felt as if my body wouldn't follow what my brain wanted to do.
And that's literally a thing for most minorities. Your parents want you to either get a good job with a pension and retirement plan, or go to college and then get a good job with a retirement and pension plan. Like that's pretty much it. Anything outside of that, they're looking, you have to actually be successful first before they take you serious.
Yeah.
So I get that. And then, being on your own, like I can't imagine, did you utilize any therapies or anything like that to help you make it through those times? Or was it just all shared will and strength on your part?
So honestly, it was all just off the strength for a very long time. I did not go into therapy until I was in my 30s. And that was, again, because I remember as a lot of things were happening at home, feeling like this isn't right. And I also don't know how to handle this. And I remember this is before my mother passed away. There were other things that had been happening. And I said, I feel like I want to talk to someone. I didn't even have the name of like what that was as a kid, but I just felt like there was a lot happening in my brain that I just needed someone to talk about. And I remember so clearly, she said, and I give her grace now thinking back on it, but she said, you're not crazy. You don't need to talk to anybody. And that was such a response that I feel often as people of color. Historically, that's the message that we've been told, not to air dirty laundry in public. We don't need therapy. There's so many stigmas around it. And I give her grace, because back then, this was so many years ago, back when I was a teenager, that's how she was raised. And that was her conditioning. And she wasn't thinking beyond that. And she wasn't thinking, well, why is my daughter asking this? It was this knee-jerk reaction, and then we never talked about it again. So before I had gone to the place where I even thought about it, it was like therapy felt like a luxury. It didn't feel like a necessity to me. The necessity was this apartment that I need to keep. And then also, like, my first apartment was terrible. It was violent. It was dirty. There was like so many things just about even the condition of the building, but that's what I could afford when I first got out of college. So there were so many of those things that I had to overcome first, that therapy was just not something I could think about until I was in my 30s.
Yeah, and I love that you said that. Like, we have to get to a point where we give our parents grace, because they're living their life based off of what, they were taught. They can only give you what they have. If they didn't know anything different, you have to give them grace. Yeah.
And I know my mom loved me. Like, I absolutely have no doubt that she loved me. It was like the best that she could do, even though I could look back and say, yeah, I made terrible choices. Like both of my parents, they made terrible choices in so many things that they did. But I lovingly say that because it's the truth. It's not a perspective. It's like, they just made bad choices. And unfortunately, their choices had consequences on them and myself and other things. But I give them grace now because I truly think like nobody goes into life thinking, I want these things to go wrong. No one goes into a decision thinking, I don't want this to pan out in the right way. So I give them grace for the choices that they made at the time.
And coming from, all of that and all of the struggle, your podcast, I read, has reached over 120 countries.
Yes.
And that's awesome. A lot of people start podcasts and they don't make it past the first year. They don't get past 10, 15 episodes and they give up. So for you to do that is a huge accomplishment. What did you do, or were there any strategies to be able to reach, a global audience?
So this is the one that people say a lot, but it can't be slept on. And there's a reason why everybody says it a lot. So when you hear advice that's given universally, you can choose to reject it as like everybody says that, or you can choose to believe there must be some truth in what someone is saying. So I would encourage anyone who hears this to think there's truth in it. It was really about showing up and about telling everyone I had a podcast. So the first part of it, the just showing up, my first episode was a hot mess. It is up there. You can listen to it. It was trash from everything, from the opening to what I talked about to how I sounded. There's not a single thing that you could say positive about the episode other than, well, good for her for showing up. That's about it. It was bad all the way around. But I told myself every week my job is to just show up because I knew just putting in the reps, I would get incrementally better. It's like going to the gym or trying to run for the first time. If you just show up every day, you're guaranteed to see a little bit of improvement, whether it's you're better conditioned when you're going for a run, or you're a touch faster, or you run for longer, or you fall in love with the sport. There's going to be some incremental improvement. So that was the only thing I told myself in the very beginning. Then what I did was I started to ask a lot of questions. So I put myself into rooms where people were much smarter than me. I've left all humility and pride to the side and said, look, this is how it sounds right now. This is kind of what I'm hoping to get to. What advice do you have for me? And then I listened. And when I listened, then I went back and I implemented. And so slowly it started to get better. And then what I did, I started to tell everybody about it. But when I first launched the episode, very few people know this. The first 3 episodes went out. And I didn't even tell my friends that I had a podcast. I told no one because it goes back to creating that safety for myself. I felt like, am I okay doing this? Do I want to keep doing this? I had all those questions, but I needed to answer them for myself first before I decided to tell everybody about it. But once I knew this was the thing that I wanted to do, then I started to communicate it. I was in Facebook groups and on Instagram and talking to people in real life. I went to conferences. I started to speak on stages, and that's how other people got to know about me. And just by constantly letting people know that I was out there, that's how the show grew.
I love that for you. I was reading that you did a TED Talk. You were in Time Magazine. That's really a great accomplishment. How did you?
I spoke to Time Magazine, so I just want to be clear.
Okay.
Yeah, just in case anybody Googles and like, she lying. She wasn't in Time Magazine. I was not in Time Magazine.
Because they will.
Exactly. So I don't want to get hemmed up. Anybody thinking I'm advertising. But I spoke to the employees at Time Magazine. But yes, I did a TEDx talk in 2019. It's called The Flip Side of Loneliness. And I actually share for the very first time talking about that journey of losing my family. And I say it in a way for if someone is battling loneliness, whether it's through grief, it's moving to a new place, it's losing a job, like whatever that grief that you're in a stage of life that you're mourning, this is my essential recipe that I followed to get myself out of loneliness.
Okay. And how was that experience?
It was electric. It was, in some ways, you hype it up more in your brain than what it actually is. I'll be honest. I didn't have this TEDx talk that went and then had 20 million people necessarily watch it. So I poured a lot of myself into it. I'm very glad that I did it. I'm very proud that I did it. I also look back now for all of the places that I've spoken since then and over 5 years, and I can see my growth, which is a really nice thing as well, like seeing the development that I have as a speaker, as a communicator, all of those things. But it was a beautiful way to share that story, and I think I did mostly what I wanted to do, which was honor my family and sharing it too.
Okay, and so you're speaking on different stages. How did you, I guess, navigate from when you first put out 3 episodes and didn't want anybody to know to now I'm a speaker? Like, I know that the podcast grew from repetition and from showing up, but how did you get rid of that fear to get on a stage? A TEDx is like one of my goals, but I just don't have the heart yet to even. I'm like, are people even want to care about what I have to say? So that's a big hurdle that a lot of us have to overcome. So how did you get from there to there? That's a big jump.
Yeah, so I'll say about the last thing, when you ask if anybody's gonna care, if you care, they will care. Like,
Okay.
think about that. Like, so I grew up, like I said, in the Bronx, and you can't go anywhere without someone trying to sell you something, right? If you're at the hairdresser, if you're in the subway, if you're going into any store, even if you're walking down the street, people got their blankets laid out with all of the things that they're selling, right? It's like just very much how it is. And so think about it, like somebody back in the day would try to sell you this DVD, like this is the movie you had to see. And they would hype it up and be like, no, this movie, you got to see it. And this and blah, blah, blah. And then you find yourself like, all right, let me buy this movie. I'm going to watch it on Friday. It's the shaky camera and you realize that you got and all that stuff. But that person really believed in what it is that they're selling. So I will say that if it's you or someone else that's listening to this and it is on your heart to do it. And when I say not just a fleeting idea that comes in and by the end of the week it's gone, if it's something that you've consistently thought about, I personally believe it's on your heart for a reason. And so if you believe in the message that you're sharing, then other people will believe in the message that you're sharing. So that's what I'll say, just a little bit of unsolicited advice when it comes to in terms of how did I get from X to Y? So I've always spoken, to be honest. So I spoke when I was in elementary school. That's when I first learned public speaking. I spoke in my corporate jobs. So a lot of those things I was tapped to present presentations and deliver talks and things that way. The only thing that really changed is that now I was doing it for myself. And I knew that to get my podcast to grow and also to live out my vision, which was eventually to have this business and to work with people one-on-one and to talk in other companies and corporations as myself and not as the name of someone else's company, I needed to raise my hand and do that. And it's one of those reasons public speaking is people's number one fear. So imagine if you can do something that most people fear, then it already gives you a certain authority that you're willing to raise your hand and do it. And so I just kept raising my hand and then improving from there. And then more invitations came.
Okay. And so was the podcast a way to, I guess, market the business, or was the podcast just like, I want to share, I want to, have this platform? Because I know a lot of people sleep on podcasting as a form of marketing for whatever business they're growing.
So I wish I could lie to you and be like, yeah, it was all part of the plan. It was not part of the plan at all.
Okay.
It was honestly a way for me to show myself that I was capable of doing something outside of my job title. We get so tied up into my name is this and my job is that. And they feel like they're linked. It's almost like first name, last name, job title. And so for me, I was also caught up in like, well, who am I if I'm not doing this thing anymore? Or if I want to change out of that? And there's a big identity shift that happens. And a lot of the work I do with my clients is actually creating that identity shift of stepping into who you're going to be. So for me, I started the podcast because I needed to create a new identity for myself, which was to do something for me, to show myself that I was capable, to learn these new sets of skills. And once I was able to do that, then that identity of I'm not just Monica who works at X company,
Hello, everybody. We have reached the end of our broadcast for today. And I know you want to see the remaining part of the episode. Yes, I survived it. The good thing is you can see it. Where? Go to CTR Media Network's YouTube channel and click the entertainment and lifestyle TV channel. And like I said before, these are the amazing shows that are on that channel. So you can see all of these amazing content creators and some of their content. The cool thing is that you can also go to their YouTube channel directly from CTR Media Network's YouTube channel to be able to binge watch and also be notified when they create more episodes. So we encourage you to go and support. Yes, go and support all these amazing content creators. You can go ahead and give a thumbs up. But before we go, because we know that most of our people, yes, we look at the analytics. You guys you watch us on TV. Okay, you watch us on the TV. So for all our people that are currently watching on the television, you may have your cell phone in your hands. What I want you to do is to hit that scan me code so that you can download the CTR Media Network app on your iOS, meaning your Apple phone, or Google Play on your Android phone. Did you know that you can watch some of our episodes on Amazon Fire TV, Roku TV, Apple TV, web app, OnlineTV, and Android TV 24/7, 7 days a week for absolutely free. We have a variety of different channels with content to help you grow and also entertain you or just give you, food for thought. Our content creators are independent content creators, and they share their voices in a unique way in order to drum up conversation. You may not agree with everything they say. I like to say we may agree to disagree, but we're going to keep it respectful. So for those of you who are a entrepreneur, or maybe you are a podcaster yourself, or you have a desire to start your own TV show or podcast, you can reach out to CTRMediaNetwork.com, or maybe you want to collaborate with CTRMediaNetwork.com, and you really don't know a lot about us. You've been seeing us all across social media, you've been seeing us in magazines and all this good stuff, but you don't really get it. And I get it. So right now, before we go, I'm going to explain to you what CTR is in a nutshell. Basically, CTR Media Network is a TV and podcast streaming distribution platform. So we amplify your diverse voices through two ways: education and entertaining content. And we provide a platform for independent content creators and business owners to reach our audiences that we reach roughly 350 million households in counting, knock on wood, globally. So thank you for everyone who comment, like, subscribe, and been following us on whatever platform that you like to hear us, because you can actually listen to our content as well as view our content 24/7, 7 days a week. So if you have a story or a product or service, we encourage you to get in where you fit in on any of our services. So what do we actually do at CTR Media Network other than streaming, podcasting, distributing your information? We have collaborations with various different organizations and businesses, as well as content creators. We provide commercial placement. So say, for example, you're a little shy and you like, oh, I can't do an interview, I'm just a little too shy. Well, we can actually place your commercial on any of our shows that you feel is aligned with your product or service or whatever like that. Or we can stream it across our entire network. We do event media coverage. Yes, we come to events and host interviews and create content on your behalf so that you can not only use it in the now, but you can also use it after your content to help drive up your ROI. For those of you who don't know what that means, that is return on investment. We also have our own magazines, and we have ad placement, whether it's blog, whether it's magazines, whether it's placement on any of our shows. We have that available. We have online TV distribution that we stream 24/7, 7 days a week. You can watch that on our website at CTRMediaNetwork.com. We also have, of course, podcasts and TV interviews. We have podcast distribution, social media distribution, and how we do that, or promotion, I should say. We can promote your content across our social media platforms. And like I said before, we have streaming TV, and we actually come into the community with various different workshops centered around media and education. And if you want to connect with any of our podcasters, you can do so directly. Yeah, we don't be the middle person. You can just go to CTRMediaNetwork.com, click the register to be a guest, and read on the shows, and then click the show that you feel best fits you. Reach out directly to that podcast or TV host, and then they will let you know their availability. On that note, you guys, thank you so much for tuning in on today and being a part of our CTR Media Network live stream. Again, you can go and watch the rest of I Survived It on our CTR Media Network YouTube channel. Just click the entertainment and lifestyle TV playlist, and you will be able to not only watch those episodes, but if you missed the previous couple of hours, you can get all caught up and see what you want to watch, because it's a very interesting interview. Shout out to everybody that are our CTR writers. We appreciate you. We're grateful and thankful for you. And I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, hosting the CTR Media Network live stream, giving you a bird's eye view of what's going on our channels, our various different channels, with our amazing independent content creators. And if you have a desire to get something started, then you know what to do. You better hit that contact us on CTRMediaNetwork.com, and we'll let you know how we can assist you with making your dream, your thought, come to reality. Have a great day. I'll talk to you later. Bye.